sometimes. No. I think even a couple of those clear-cut chances could run into trouble. We've seen it time and time again here. It's been a tough season for those trying to find a winner. I mean, probably more so than this season than other seasons have we seen more shorties go down. It's been one of those years.
I don't know if with Tom or Rishi you talk about the tipping league that we've got amongst all the staff, the three of us. The one
you're leading. I love that was a cheeky throw. You knew that's exactly what we were going to be talking about.
Yeah. Let's see. I think tonight could be one of those evenings where if you can find one or two in the handicaps, you might just be kicking on, because I don't think everyone will be. On that note, let's have a look at race 1 tonight, which is 5:30, and it's a race of rich competition. It should be as well. Condor Passes there, expert choice, Maplewood. He won this last year. We might be talking about him in due course. Erasmo, one of the ballsy runners in the lineup. Don't forget, we don't have horse number 6, Silent Speech, but it paves the way for another from the same stable. Honest Desire is an interesting runner. Mythical Dancer, Stamford Street, Moonshiner, and should mention Sudden Ambush, who gets the run and actually on form. No back number. We're going to go back 363 days to the 23rd of February last year, and this very race in its previous incarnation, which was won by Maplewood. And I think in a race where I couldn't necessarily nail my colours to too many, I think it almost feels like one where you should stick to the tried and tested. He's back to this course and distance for the first time since this day.
And no knock on Case Albacete, who rode the horse very well here. I mean, you've got a very capable jockey in Danny Tudhope who wouldn't ride for Osama Rafai, getting the opportunity here on this runner to hopefully steer him home to victory. Now he was 4 points lower than what he is tonight. He's been able to maintain, I think, a bit of those handicaps, and rightly so. A couple of solid enough performances where the handicappers decided that it wasn't deserved of a downgrade in points. And look, I think with the right run from a good gate, he ticks all the boxes here as a horse that we could see, I guess, coming to the fore again in a race where he's proven already, and at a time of the year and season where he's proven already. I mean, he's a 3rd or 4th up horse. So his last couple of seasons have shown that he needs a couple of runs. And as I said, I think a mile on turf is his probably ideal track and trip now. So yeah, I circled him up with you as well. I thought there was a few things in an open race. He's the one that you could make the most logical case for.
Perfect.
I know, easy, as simple as that, isn't it? It's unbelievable.
And the nice thing is when you're leading the tipping challenge and someone goes to the same horse as you, they can't possibly make inroads.
Exactly right. Well, at least I won't lose out to you in the first.
Maplewood it is. Team Steam in our first race, which is a tough handicap, but we've come down on the same horse. Right, race 2 is the Albasta Kia run this night, formerly, of course, a Super Saturday race. Now, there are a couple for Julio Lascoaga at the top. You've got Nan Frick and also stablemate Don Vaccaro. Both need to up their form. They've got weight to give away the South American horses. Down to the likes of Falcaire, who's really interesting, a Saudi import, who could have run in the Saudi Derby tomorrow. Heart of Honour we'll be talking about. Honest Moon's there over the page, and looking at the likes of Littlefoot, Nimble Boy, and so on. Royal Favour's going to be a big player, and he must be one of the best maidens around. Undefeated. I thought he was a big price in the international markets after what he did. But it is obvious that we go back to the UAE 2,000 guineas on Fashion Friday, and a super run from Heart of Honour, a little bit outpaced in the early stages. And his trainer, Jamie Osborne, has said this just had 1.25 miles written all over it.
I think I agree with Jamie there in the fact that it's probably the right time, I think, to be stepping out to this trip. Horse is fit, and I think what it's going to do as well is it's going to see Heart of Honour come into a race on dirt where it's not going to be as much hustle and bustle as we saw last start. I mean, he's going to get all favours from gate number 1 to hopefully find a nice spot and running. And I don't think he can lead from 1. He doesn't have the speed to do so, but I mean, 2 back or 3 back the fence, and hopefully not running up on heels. That's the biggest question mark for me. What's the pace of the race going to do? But I think Safi Osborne just needs to bide her time here on this horse and basically just wait. We know that he's got to turn a foot. That's the biggest thing that's a benefit for these horses, for especially a horse on dirt. I mean, it doesn't matter if they go, if they do go and slow up. He's a horse that can, I guess, overcome that, and he's a nice press button horse that I think will get favours from the inside. I think he's going to take some beating here, and I think the market agrees.
Yeah, I agree, and it'd be silly to sort of just focus completely on Heart of Honour in that race, because actually the winner's no mug, Golden Vekoma. He's won the Guineas. He might win the Saudi Derby tomorrow, so it could just be that that's an extremely formful race. Raw favour. Can he get closer? And actually, no one's going to begrudge the Crisfords the winner today, because they've so sadly had to announce the loss of their star poker face.
Yeah, sad news. I mean, he was a wonderful horse for them, and a horse with such a promising future. And no one wants to see bad things happen to these gallopers in a race, let alone in track work. Yeah. But it's unfortunately sometimes things can go amiss. So, look, a bit sad for them, and it would be good to see Royal Favour come out and run well. He looks the logical threat to Heart of Honour. There's no denying that. I mean, I think he just got outpaced. The race certainly didn't suit him last time out, and he was good to get within 6.5 lengths. So I think the margin probably doesn't do the performance justice. Draws a good gate this time around, I think, can run well. And as you said, I think Falcair's probably the unknown quantity. I mean, he's done well over at King Abdulaziz racetrack, but I mean, they're both dirt surfaces, but they're chalk and cheese in regards to how they play. So how do you translate that form across? I mean, he's going to get all favours. He's got a great jock on in Mikhail Barcelona to steer him round. OK, let's have a look at some form from 3 weeks ago. And Up in Trip, undefeated, who I guess has always been slightly handicapped by being called that. That's one hell of a name. He was undefeated that day. It was his coming-of-age race, and I think there was a bit of a sort of a few moment from trainer Bhupat Sima, because I think they've always regarded this horse quite highly, but he hadn't shown it until this day. Yeah, look, I mean, it was good to see him break out with this win. I mean, the 2 starts before, he got no favours. He was 3 or 4 deep the trip and really just didn't get a chance to really run into the race. I mean, he was amazing to get within 11.5 lengths of 2 tearaways in that race. So, I mean, he's proven at the 1900 metres. That's one thing that he has to his advantage over a horse like Heart of Honour, who has to step up here. 1900 metres, still hasn't ticked that box. Undefeated will stay, and that's the big factor. And look, I mean, they might have to take their medicine from 14 and probably head back to the second half of the field. But I mean, he'll be running on and making his presence felt at some stage. Staying's one thing, but I think being fast enough's a different one, and I don't think he'll be fast enough. But could be wrong. It's Heart of Honour for me. I think he wins. Same as me. I think hasn't put a foot wrong yet, and yeah, hard to oppose him. Good stuff. Right, race 3, we move on, and another tricky-looking handicap. We're moving on to the grass, 1800 metres for this race. Tamrat's there, who's a recent winner at Abu Dhabi. Max Mayhem further down at the likes of Straight and Level. You can scratch the 5 First Constitution. He's light of form he is really these days. Paddy Shack, Silver Swords, he's good enough. Empress Star might be a big player in this. Further down, there is other Godolphin representation, the likes of Movie Maker and First View. We will start off by having a look a few weeks ago at Empress Star. I think a lot of people are going to see this. William Buick, Charlie Appleby on the day, open-looking handicap, and maybe think he's the solution. What about you? Too short. Too short and vulnerable. I mean, you've got to remember this horse has been priced up overseas as a runner that that's obviously just spotting the royal blue. I mean, people see it time and time again, and probably just take safety in the fact that it's Buick and Appleby, and most of the time that is a profitable way to go. But I mean, he's vulnerable. He's drawn 11 here. He's 0 from 5 on the turf. He's got a second and a third to his name, including that obviously placing here at Meydan, which is good. But like, I mean, he's not a 2-to-1 shot. That's plain and simple. He's got vulnerability written all over him. His only victories come at Chelmsford City on the all-weather, where I mean it just rewards to be a momentum horse and rolling. And I don't see this race playing out for him. I'm not saying that he can't win the race. He's certainly a good chance, but I think, looking at the overseas market, there's value all around him. Tamrat's run at Abu Dhabi was very, very good. He'll come on from that as well, and you'd say he'll take improvement. That jump of that sort of first to second performance in the UAE, or as they progress on early in the thing, Crisford horses go leaps and bounds every start, and I think he'll take massive improvement. I mean, Paddy Shack's run albeit in tougher company last time out. He comes into a much more winnable race. Tough not to get a run last time out as the reserve, even though he was on the equal rating as the horse who did eventually get into the race. He was the second emergency. He strikes a really nice race here as well. I mean, Danny Tudhope's riding for David O'Mara. He represents value in the race too. And even Folk Festival, I can't see how I can't see how Emperor Star is favourite over Folk Festival, who's proven to do exactly what we're about to see now, come back from the field. And it was unbelievable. It was a massive win. And how's he sitting on the second line of betting? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, this was to make it 2 from 2 in a very short career so far. Just look at the move that he makes. Has to switch outside, run down the strong travelling old rival No Retreat, who has given the form a whack since then in a positive sense. So all told, Folk Festival is the one that is potentially on the up, and it wouldn't surprise me if in a year's time we're talking about him in a pattern race.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think
I'm going to take him on tonight.
I'm taking him on as well because, yeah, I don't think he's going to get the pace like he did last time out in that race. They rolled, and I mean that's set up for a horse like him to come from the back of the field. So, I mean, the race doesn't suit him as much here, even though he does come up in trip. I'm leaning towards horses that are going to be closer to the field, closer to the lead, and horses that are at that point where they're looking to take the next step. And I think Paddy Shack and Tamrat are the two. I've sided with Tamrat. He's got to carry the bigger weight here, but from what we saw at Abu Dhabi, I mean, on a bigger track, he's going to come right into the mix here, and he's going to be forward. That's a big fact. So.
Okay, well, I'm going to go for that form as well from Abu Dhabi, but the third, DeLorean, I'm going to go for him to return to this course and distance to really suit him, but I think it's an open-looking race. So that was race 3. We're going to switch back to the dirt now for race 4 and have a look at some of the best fillies on the dirt of their age group. 1900 metres for the UAE Oaks, presented by DP World. Arigatu Gosiamasu. I'm looking at you for that one. Number 1. Misty C2, Parisian Beauty, that's a lot easier. 3, Queen Azteca, she's a bit of a star. She is 4. We don't have Reina Rossa, Ruby Hamilton, Salsabil Princess, Taswaheen. It's, I think they've been stronger running to this, I think it's fair to say, but at the same time, as we have a look at the Coco Beach feature a few weeks ago, Queen Azteca is the one they all have to beat on this form. I think there is reason to take her on today, but she's done nothing wrong.
No, she hasn't. Look, I think Arigato Gozaimasu is the key. As long as she lines up in the race, Queen Azteca is going to get a race pattern to suit. Look, Arigato Gozaimasu continues to draw wide.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at her at the end. I mean, the figures early doors. Yeah. She clocked 1,000-metre pace.
Yeah,
really.
No. I mean, it was ridiculous sectionals up in front. But I mean, the problem is with a horse like her is, you know, Bernardo Pinheiro is going to have to kick up from 8 because she's a horse that goes to lead. She's speedy and she's going to find the front. But then the worry is with these young fillies is that you're just going to get a horse that's going to get revved up. And I'd be surprised if, you know, once she gets into her rhythm, I mean, what you're going to have, what's he going to do? Try and restrain her, and that's just only going to cost her lengths because she's a one-speed horse. I think they're going to have to try and roll from the front again and try and steal it. Hopefully not going as fast.
There's a way of doing it more economically.
Correct, exactly right.
We've seen so many of these colours do before, and I think she could be just in the international markets. I thought she was the value against Queen Azteca.
I don't think she'll be going high 10s this time. I think she'll be going low 11s, but it still sets up for a horse like Queen Azteca to I guess absorb all that tempo up in front and to be running on from the back. I mean, look, she just absolutely caned them last time out. And as you said, it's not the strongest bunch of fillies that we've had here in Meydan over the years. So I think Queen Azteca gets her chance to pick up some prize money. And I think, you know, it's great to see Niels Peterson have a nice horse here. He's been a long-time supporter of Dubai Racing for a very long time. And, you know, I mean, coming up to this, I think he was 2 winners. That was his second winner from about 180 starters. So, I mean, they've finally got a good horse to hopefully come here and pick up some prize money. And I mean, you know, I think they'll be rewarded again tonight here. So I'm strongly in her corner.
And I know that he, in particular, is dreaming of obviously what can be achieved here, but also potentially the trip to the States as well, because this is part of the road to the Kentucky Oaks to get the 50 points, the berth from tonight, to get into the the greatest race there is.
I mean, Salim Bin Gadai did it with Kibo Masaki. Yep. We've seen, you know, last year, Shahama. Like, I mean, it seems to be that logical next step. So, you know, I wish them all the best, and hopefully this one's just ticking another box.
Absolutely. Right, we're going to move on to race 5, which is the Group 2 feature on the day. This is the Ballangine, presented by DP World. I've got one for you in this. Number 1, Cinderella's Dream. Choicia number 2, Easy With Me, Ultima Ziggy Stream. They are your 5 who go forward for the second leg of the big Fillies Turf Double. We are going to have a look at the Cape Verde in due course, but for the time being, we're going to start off with the best form around, unquestionably, and she was a little unlucky to say the least. Cinderella's Dream second in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Her only 2 defeats have come in this race and the 1,000 guineas at Newmarket. She's a class act.
Yeah, she is. I mean, I remember watching this race live. It's just very, very hard at Del Mar to be tucked up on that fence, because it's actually surprising how quickly the line comes up after that bend. You almost get taken back every time you watch there. You think that they've got plenty of time to run on and make ground, but yeah, she just got caught out there. And look, I think I wouldn't take her USA form with too much give it too much attention, because I mean, if you look at her Meydan record, she's never been beaten around this track, and that's going to take her a long way.
Even when circumstances went against
exactly
her on,
right.
on
even with the jockey riding bareback. So, I mean, for William Buick's sake, I don't think, and for the sake of him potentially procreating in the future again, hopefully that doesn't happen again.
He could have been reaching notes that only choir boys could
exactly right. But I mean, she's drawn one. She makes her own luck from the front. I mean, I wouldn't say it too often, but something has to literally improve 10 lengths to beat her here. So she's about as close to a moral as you'd see on the card. I think she's just a sure thing. So,
all right, it is leg 2 as mentioned. The Fillies double out here. You've got the Balanchine today. Previously, it was the Cape Verde. We will have a look at the Cape Verde. It was won by Choisia. A bit of a surprise, because Romantic Style, the second, who since has come out and won a good sprint. I think Charlie Appleby called it a mess. William Buick went one better and called it a disaster, but still it was a good ride on the front end. Michael Barcelona on Choisia, and she bids to become the 9th horse to do the double in the same season.
She was. I mean, like it's decent enough form, isn't it? But look, it makes it very, very hard to sort of oppose it all, isn't it? I mean, if you look at that from a form perspective, I mean, it's a strong enough race. So, I mean, what do you think?
I think she'll run a race. Again, you wouldn't begrudge Connections that success. I think my personal view is I thought Ultima might be an interesting runner against Cinderella's Dream, but I think it's going to be a race for second. Yeah. Who's going to be best for the race?
I mean, the form's okay if you just as long as you take Cinderella's Dream out of the race. I mean, It becomes an even enough contest. I mean, I think it's a battle for who runs second, but I mean, yeah, I keep steering back to it. I can't deny it. The fact that Cinderella's Dream's the thing. I mean,
and we want to see her and hopefully celebrate and think about what she might achieve in 2025 now.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. She's a horse that flies the flag for the UAE, and going forward, let's hope that she just takes plenty of confidence out of a few wins here.
But it's not fanciful to think she could turn up in a Dubai Turf.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, it's definitely a logical target. I mean, we know now that, from what we've heard, Romantic Warrior is 100% guaranteed to come to the Dubai Turf. There's no Dubai World Cup on the cards anymore. So, they're going to be contesting that. I'd love to see some horses with good Meydan records coming in and challenging Romantic Warrior in that race. I mean, it was a great race last year. Obviously, marred, unfortunately, a little bit by Catnip, unfortunately going amiss, but it was a stellar field last time out. And, the more great horses we can have in there, the better. And she would well and truly earn her place in a Dubai Turf come April 5th.
Okay. 6 weeks tomorrow. We will look forward to Cinderella's Dream tonight, though, and hopefully she puts her best foot forward, because we want to see the best horses at this racetrack. Right, race 6. We move on to a 2,000-metre dirt handicap, the Dubai World Cup track and trip. Headed by Arabian Tail. El Rayed is number 2. Book review will be coming to Tell Me Thunder. It's been a long time since we've seen that horse. He had back class. Ezage is winning. Hans Anderson, 7 is Truth Explained. And Inner Wisdom, I think it's going to run really well. Right, over the page, the others. Al Haja, Dubai Welcome, plenty of people get that here. Perfect Balance, number 12. National Bank, and down to Al Maroom, who is going to struggle, I'd say, in this race. Good Old Book Review has been around for years and years. It does feel that way as well. And I think if you look at his profile, once a season he'll pop up and win one. Yep. Last time out, he ran second, and my one worry with him is when you see him run second, I don't necessarily think he's always guaranteed to back up.
He's like Meydan Dubai, isn't he?
Yes,
There's two old stalwarts that are just sound as a bell and you know, continue to run good races. I mean, he's certainly a horse when I was doing the form that crossed my radar, and you know, I mean, it would not shock me completely. That form behind Al Yabri, is probably as good of a form line as anything in this race. So, I mean, he's just got to pop up and do it. That's the big question mark. So, I mean, you've got to give him respect. But, I mean, it's an open race. I mean, there's probably at least 4 or 5 winning chances in this event. And I think it's all going to come down to draws here. I think the draws are going to be crucial to give horses that are very evenly matched a slight advantage against the other.
I fancied Masaba El Mahiri to win this. I actually thought about giving a bit of a chance now back on the dirt to Al Haja, running on the turf, not particularly well recently, but switching back. But I think Inner Wisdom for the same stable is a really interesting player in this. That run behind Guns and Glory, take the winner out, yes.
And the stable,
better.
Local Creator Racing have been flying. I mean, their horses last week were at all venues were getting winners. They got winners at Jebel Ali, they got winners here at Meydan, and they were very, very close to also picking up a winner at Abu Dhabi as well. So, I mean, stable's going good. When you're hot, you're hot. So, yeah, I totally respect Inner Wisdom. I did side with Al Raed though. I thought the form from 2 starts ago was a good like launching pad, I think, into the race. And I think despite the fact that Cupid's Dream kicked away, he got no favours last time out, and I think he was just sort of run off his feet. So I think up to 10 furlongs now, I think Al Raed's coming to a right level of fitness to be hopefully making an impact on the race. And I think from a good enough draw, I wouldn't say he's a 100% winning chance, but I mean he's definitely a top 3 player, and hopefully he gets all favours. So I'm in Al Raed's corner, but it was a low confidence race for me.
All right, race 7, Nad Al Sheba Trophy. It's the same race of the day, 28 and 10 on the turf, and it is your trial for the Gold Cup 6 weeks tomorrow. These are your runners. Dubai Future, he's been off the track for again, he's another. I think he was running at the Carnival 2020 and indeed placed in this race years ago. Goya Senora, Kefaf, King of Conquest, One Smooth Operator, I'm alongside him, and Keys Chorister rounds off the road. She's better than last time. Right, let's have a look at Fashion Friday. It's something kind of friends reunited about this, wasn't there? Kefaf winning on this occasion. King of Conquest was second, and Epic Poet was third. The time before, they'd been the first 3 in a different order. James McDonald gave Kefaf a wonderful ride. My view coming from this is King of Conquest is one of these is going to drop his way, and I think tonight.
Yeah, I think he was a horse that had to, I guess, do a fair bit extra in the race just from where he was positioned. And for him to get as close as he did to Kefaf, who had all favours, fell into the box seat, travelled along well. They never took the pace out of the race a great deal at all. Not enough for Kefaf to really feel it. I mean, he's a horse that we've seen previously can over-race a tad in his runs, and he just fell asleep under James McDonald. And, well, I mean, I don't know whether or not it was just a bunch of tired horses coming around the bend, but they fanned off at the turn, and, I mean, James didn't really have to make an effort to try and slide up inside of any horses. I mean, they just opened the gate for him, and he just came through with ease. So, I mean, all favours went for Kefaf last time out to win. I'm not saying that Kefaf, again, can't win. I think it's between him and King of Conquest, but I mean, King of Conquest has drawn well here, and I think with enough luck going his way, and obviously the fitness that's going to come out of that Group 3 last start for him, I think, as you said, I think tonight's going to fall in his favour, and I'm in the corner of King of Conquest over Kefaf here.
A load of these group turf races have Charlie Appleby's fingerprints all over them in recent, and this one's no exception. I think 5 of the last 6, something like that. So I expect that horse is going to be the likeliest winner, King of Conquest. Right, let's move on to the last race. Another really competitive race of the day. This is the Jebel Ali Port, and this is an absolute dash over 1,200 metres on the dirt. They're going to be going great guns. They're headed by Al Arbed. You've got Military Artist, Pen Portraits, Action Point, Border Edge. Bark Al Amarat we'll be talking about. He's got a really key form race under his belt. Out from under, he locks horns again with Smart System. First and second from back in January. Pipes and Drums, I think he's going to run better than last time. Sarim's number 12. And couple of others in there as well. It should be a good race. Right, let's have a look at Barkal Emirates beating Smart System back on the 10th of January. And we know that Smart System's come out and won up over 1,400 metres since then. I don't think he's going to have any problem stepping back in trip, and I think those two deserve a lot of respect.
They do. Look, I mean, Barkal Emirat, this was a race that I think fell his way by probably a margin, I reckon. I think that the horses probably were a lot more evenly matched than Barkal Emirat skipping away here. As we said, horses got stuck in the gates here for a long time. We had scratchings in the event because of fractious horses. So, I mean, there was a lot of horses here that, I mean, you can just put a line through, because, I mean, by the time the gates opened, mentally they just weren't in the right frame of mind here. Just have a look at the TV here. I look like alfalfa.
I was wondering how you were doing this, because I've got to turn my head to have a look at the big screen. But you've been watching it in reflection.
I've been watching it through here, but I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, that's...
horses run the wrong way round, but that's all that happens.
Perks, the disadvantages of long hair. But, look, Barkal Emirat, all the respect. Smart System, I tipped him last time out. He was a good winner, going on to win by 2 3/4 lengths from that inside gate. I can see him running a good race as well. But I mean, this was one of those ones where you could just close your eye and put your finger on one horse, because I mean, there's a bunch
found
of
out my strategy.
chances. Yeah, exactly.
All eight races.
I mean, this is the thing. You've got so many here that could win, and I thought it was a race that something could pop up at value over this track and trip, back in grade quite significantly. And the fact that he's just been 3 deep, run off his feet every single time from gate 6, I hope to see Action Point get a bit more of an economical run and run a good race here, the 4-year-old. So I'm in his corner. I made him my long shot of the night. It was a low confidence race. I thought there was a lot of winning hopes, and I'm just taking a stab at Action Point here and thinking that conditions hopefully will suit him and he can bring out his best form here. I think he's a top 3 contender.
Nice. I like it. I like the logic. And listen, I think... well, I fancy one for the same stable, Salim Bingadai's Pipes and Drums, who was a horror show out of the stalls here behind Smart System back on the 31st of January, on UAE debut, dirt debut, still rushed up, did way too much, back in trip, hopefully much more economical from the gate. He's bred for the dirt. His half-brother won the UAE 2000 Guinea, so I'm going to persevere with him. And I think he showed a lot of speed last time, so I'm going to give him another go. Yep,
no, I agree. I think they've got a good hand in the race, and yeah, well, hopefully we've both gone the same one we'll go on the same horse in the first, but we've got the same stable in the last. So we'll see how we track here. But it's a very open race to finish, and as we know, full field, 1,200 metres on the dirt here at Meydan. It can be quite a bit of chaos. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Let's go through your selections roundabout.
Yes, look, an interesting night. I think there's a couple on the card that we can probably put our faith in that will be winning. Maplewood, not so much. Hopefully we see him return to a win. Heart of Honour, all things going well, should be taking out the second. Tamrat in the third. Queen Azteca should be winning the Oaks in the fourth. In the fifth race, Cinderella's Dream is the nap of the night, clearly. El Raed in the sixth. King of Conquest, he'll get his turn tonight in the seventh, and Action Point at a price in the last.
They should have typed up your selections backwards so that you could read them in the mirror that you've been doing. Right, these are mine. Maplewoods, Heart of Honour, DeLorean, Arigatu. You're so much better than I.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Cinderella's Dream. Try and do that one backwards.
You know what it means?
No.
It means thank you very much.
Does it? No, there you go. Inner Wisdom, King of Conquest, Pipes and Drums. And hopefully by the time we get through till the tail end of the card, there might be 1 or 2 winners found. Lovely stuff. What are you most looking forward to tonight?
Look, I think Cinderella's Dream. She caught me by surprise last season, obviously, when I thought was making a mid-race move, and it wasn't. It was William Buick slipping his feet out of the iron. So she's been a bit of an excitement machine from a commentating perspective. So I'd love to see her come out and win tonight as well. But yeah, look, exciting program. 1 week closer to Super Saturday. It's going to be very exciting, and obviously a big weekend of racing for the Middle East as well, with all eyes on King Abdulaziz racetrack as well for tonight, and also
it has ramifications going forward for what we have on April the 6th, and it's impossible to.
I need to go because I need to get my hair under control before the first, I reckon.
Right, we will look forward to live racing, but in the meantime, leave you with highlights from last week, Valentine's Day at Meydan.
Set to go. Racing. in the opener from Meydan, and away fast the middle was AF Farm. He's going to head up with the lightweight in the early stages, working across from Amar in second and deeper out in third to Al Wathbar. Al Wari's going to tuck up in behind them in fourth, followed by to its outside Sari. Namir 3 wide and about 6 there. He's going to be a little wide into this first turn, Oscar Chavez. Indy's Day hunts up the inside as they work off the front of the course here. From the last start winner Sandstorm AA, Listo de Fost. Then came Sharik, followed by Casal Hyperlight up to third to last. From next him running Golden Years. And the last start Muscat contender in Salb is last of all. So as they make their way onto the back of the course here, it's Amar who's going up to lead them. 3 parts in advance of Tahan Al Wathbar in second. Third was AF Farm, who gets the nice trail. And in the 1-1 was Al Wari. Namir's caught out deeper here. Chavez probably going to have to improve here at some stage. He's caught out in the cheap seats. Then came Sari on his back. From Listo de Fost, then came Sandstorm AA. Next him running was Golden Years, the deepest of all. From next him running Sandstorm AA, Casal Hyperlight, Indy's Day. Sharik up on the inside was one of the last horses, along with Salb, as they make their way off the back in search of the 800-metre peg. And continuing to roll them up in front is Amar. Tahan Al Wathbar for company in second. Now eyeballs the leader from Namir, who's been parched out 3 deep. It'll be a monumental effort to win. Al Wari's had the run of the race and just needs a room clear now. Namir keeping him pocketed for the moment. Then came AF Farm, followed by Sandstorm AA, who works up into the event. Next came Indy's Day, followed by Sharik. Casal Hyperlight still with 8 to pick up from Salb. Then came Sari from Listo de Fost, and out to the end Golden Years. It's Tahan Al Wathbar. Tahan Al Wathbar, who finds a little bit more here, beats off Amar. Then came Sandstorm AA, who's working into the race here at big time, followed by Indy's Day. It's Tahan Al Wathbar and AFR Farm working through the inside, and Salb coming up the inside. Salb working through from last. He's taken the short way home here, and Salb sneaks up the inside. Good ride, Hamad Al-Basadi. Half a length on the line, beats home into second position. A brave performance there by Tahan Al Wathbar. Next over was Indy's Day. Berkshire Nugget locks away. 2,000 metres here for the Lincoln Corsair. Away. Berkshire Nugget jumped with them. Cadovar the same. Gareth working through the middle of the line along with Shamran. Then came Poster Paint, who's going to work up from 3 with Stormy Waves. That's your first division. Cosmic Desert in behind them from Legend of Khan, Venetian Style, as they head out onto the course proper. From next in running Valdivia, Sense of Wisdom off the fence. From Katab, Wessel, Natural World. Deciduous third to last. Cadover snicks back to the end along with Comet Chaser. It's Berkshire Nugget off the fence who leads them here as they head in search of the 1,400 metres. From Poster Paint along with the Stormy Waves in third, who box seats. Gareth the 1-1. Legend of Khan posted out a little wide here, kept out by Venetian Style. Cosmic Desert the rail. Next was Valdivia from Shamran. It was half a length to Sense of Wisdom, who's happy to sit off the fence for now. Katab next from Deciduous on the fence, buried away. Length and a half back to Natural World from Comet Chaser. Wessel out to second to last, and the Qatari visitor in Cadovar sees them all and is the whipper-innerer. Inside the 900 they travel here. They haven't broken outside of 12 seconds yet. They've just been creeping underneath it. Poster Paint and Chantel Sutherland lead them along up in front here as they head down the side of the course. Gareth now up to second. Berkshire Nugget throws up the white flag. Passed by Stormy Waves, Legend of Khan. Then came Cosmic Desert, Venetian Style worked upon from Valdivia, Shamran, Sense of Wisdom close enough. Then came Katab from Comet Chaser, Wessel out to the end, Deciduous in an impossible position. And next there was Cadovar as they make their way into the straight here. It's neck up in front. Poster Paint tried to run on. Plenty of runs though. Natural World with a big run from the back. Look at Natural World. Natural World's come with a big run. Poster Paint, Katab, Comet Chaser has been brought down here in the run. Natural World here with 100 to go. Valdivia working through. Katab, it's Valdivia. Katab trying late. Valdivia maybe. Maybe Valdivia and Katab a photo finish. Natural World next over from Sense of Wisdom. Set for the third. And away.
Political Truth slow, Mania the same, and Maestro Del Mar was half a stride out of it. First away was Sir Harmony with Nadawi. They pair off early from Diamond Dealer, who's going to tuck in behind them there, with next to him running there on the outside Desert Shield. Still a little wide at the moment with Diamond Dealer racing off the rail. Casino Bay improves through the inner. From Golden Redemption, Awab 3 deep and out of cover at the moment. Then came Maestro Del Mar, 5 lengths to Mania, scrubbed along with Political Truth. Pace is very good up in front here, and it is Sir Harmony who's going to go on and lead. They've gone 10-3 there and then 10-8-5, so they are rattling along. A length and 3/4 in advance of Nadawi. Diamond Dealer worked up and worked upon to improve here from Desert Shield. Awab beats into the margin here down the side from Casino Bay. They've dropped away from Golden Redemption, Mania. Then came Maestro Del Mar, who can't go with the hot speed, and Political Truth. It is Sir Harmony though, and he's a big winning contender now inside the 300, still trying to break away with 4 lengths in hand from Nadawi. Diamond Dealer. Awab's been outpaced. Here is Sir Harmony. He's had a geld 3 starts ago. He picked up a nice win here 2 starts ago at Jebel Ali. Nadawi tries to run on and Diamond Dealer, but they can do no more. Here is a second win for Sir Harmony, and back-to-back winners for Connor Beasley and Arvid bin Hamish. Nadawi second over, Diamond Dealer next from Mania. Ready and away. Enchanted Life was fast out, along with Matt Lube. Al Musen split the profit the far side. Million Doro works up with Laguna Boy. Then came Hobble Salam third from Celtic Voyager in the first 4 or 5. Great news next from Marca Cole. Rene Duciel over on the near side here, starting to improve, along with Al Musen midfield. Then came Enchanted Life back to about 10th from Split the Profit, Ocean Runner, Soul of Chess. Back in the field in the run there. Back there, further back was Celtic Voyager, along with out to the end Ironside. It is Marca Cole, the leader, with Put Zulu in the saddle here, trying to steal it from the front here as well. He's got a nice break of 3 or 4 lengths on Matt Lube, Hobble Salam, Million Doro, Al Musen from the back, along with Ocean Runner. Up in front though, Marca Cole could have stolen this here. Marca Cole with 4 lengths in hand from a fast finishing Al Musen, Matt Lube, Million Doro. He's wayward in the late stages, but Marca Cole by a length and a half. Al Musen over second from Matt Lube, Million Doro. Set. And racing. Sikorsky slow, Nayar the same, and Nastas was out the back. Al Ra had ridden with vigour on the inside. Million Doro and Cupid's Dream go up to an early lead. From Military Artist, 3 wide and third on settling. Gamekeeper next from Classic City and Tolmount. Rod Block was next from, then came Mount Kosciuszko, Nayar. Next over there was Excel Power, just worse than midfield. Carpe Momentum 5 deep down the back from Al Ra, Ed Nastas. Then came Artif, and Sikorsky's wide and last. It's Million Doro. Inside the 1,000 metres they're about to travel, leading the way here. 13.86 and 10.7, those early sections, as they head towards the back part of the course, where it is half a length in advance of Military Artist. Tolmount third and 3 deep, followed by Cupid's Dream, who is getting the run of the race here on the day of days. Then came Gamekeeper from Classic City, and Mount Kosciuszko tracks Cupid's Dream, 3 back the inner. From Carpe Momentum, who's ridden along, Sikorsky deeper out from Nayar, Roadblock, Nastas. Then came Al Raed with Plenty to Do from Power Excel, and out to the end was Atif. They swing the bend now here, and it is Million Doro pops off. Cupid's Dream is something to be beaten here in the race. Inside the 400 metres, Cupid's Dream tracks into the race very well. Million Doro next from Mount Kosciuszko. It's Cupid's Dream from Mount Kosciuszko. Cupid's Dream taking the short way home here. Mount Kosciuszko the only threat. Cupid's Dream 2.5 lengths in advance of Mount Kosciuszko. The omen of the night, and the arrow hits its mark here on Valentine's Day. Cupid's Dream streams away to win. Cupid's Dream by 3 lengths beats home Mount Kosciuszko. Third across El Rad's run a massive race. 1,400 metres racing now. Salim out wider was quick into stride with Vercors. Al Nassib's going to try and work across from the deep here. Creative Story getting into a nice spot on the inner. From Investo, Native Approach close enough today, just better than midfield here, and is happy to sit a little wide. Then came deeper out on the course there was Andreas Versalius, followed by next there was Al Najm. Al Sultan, Swing For Me is the last one. So Salam, as expected, is going to roll them up in front here by a length and a half. Al Naseeb's ended up getting to the position of just outside the leader here in second position from Vercors. Then came Native Approach closer. Creative Story's going to look to angle out here. 3 back on the inside from Investo. Then came Andreas Versalius from Al Salt, second to last El Najm. And Swing For Me is the last one. Salam's going to try and do it from barrier to box. He's 2.5 lengths here inside the 500 on Vercors. Al Naseeb, he seems to be handling the grass at the moment. Then came Native Approach from Creative Story, looking for a way to angle clear. Here is Buick. Andreas Versalius next from Investo. Salam continuing on with it up in front from Al Naseeb. Creative Story having to work hard here as well. Salam up in front, still with it enough an advantage here, but Creative Story now starts to get on level terms along with Al Naseeb. Creative Story in the final stages streams clear to win. Al Salt's going to run into second here tightly. Margin on the line, a length. Al Salt second over, Photo third, maybe Al Naseeb from Salim. Then came next over there was El Najm from Investo. Runners are set. 2,200 metres away, and Frosty Wind has leapt up in the air. Same can be said for New Comedy. Both have cost themselves significant lengths in the early part of the race. It's Havandi who's going to break cleanly from the inside and head up to the lead, along with Mashcore. Narato deeper out, works up, along with Ghost of the Mambo. Nova Roma's going to work across to the paint. From next to him running there, Foal of Rome. Then came Musa, who's racing about 7th in isolation. From Meydan, who's going to work across but be caught wide here. Musa's found the fence here from 15. Great start there by Case Albacete. Persian Empire. Then came Desert Snake wide into the first bend, along with Dubai Vision. On the inside, working forward, there was Kibo Masaki. Then came Frosty Wind after the tardy start up to 4th to last. From then came New Comedy, Daniyan and Al Warith second last and last. It's Havandi by 3/4 of a length as they head out onto the back past the 1400 in advance of Narato in second. Third, Nova Roma. Fourth is Mashcore, who's got the 1-1 position. 3 deep, and fifth was Ghost of the Mambo, keeping the stablemate even deeper, Fall of Rome. Persian Empire is next. Musa's found a great spot on the fence, but will need some luck there as they start to clutter around the bend. Desert Snake to his outside. Meydan on the 3-wide train, 2 lengths back to Kibo Masaki from Frosty Wind. Then came next to him running further back was Dubai Vision going back through the field, passed by Daniyan. Al Warith yet to be felt for, and New Comedy is being shaken along at the back. So it's Havandi a half length. Narato applying a little more pressure. Mashcore edges out 3 wide. Ghost of the Mambo's had a tough time of it and dropping back through the field in 4th position from Nova Roma, who's got no more left. Same can be said for Fall of Rome. Desert Snake, a few of these very much tiring. Musa's got off the fence here for a run, but Havandi could have given him the slip. He's gone clear by 2.5 lengths in the 2200. Mashcore trying to level up. Havandi, a tired horse here, back onto the dirt. Here's Mashcore leveling up. Mashcore issuing a challenge here to Havandi in the final stages of the race. Marwan Al-Badei looking for back-to-back winners here at Meydan. Havandi very, very brave on the inside, beating off Mashcore at the moment. Mashcore, though, finding more in the late stages, and it's back-to-back winners for Al-Badei here at Meydan. Mashcore goes on to win by a half. Havandi second over, third Musa, set to go for the last cracking race, and away we go. And Jungle Mac was one of the first to go, anticipated the start with Ilzet Ailes. Deeper out Lafferty from Story of Light and War Song's going to be handy. Then came Al Abed, Force and Valor deeper out, caught on a limb from next in running on the inside, Falcon of Arabia, Silent Speech, Deep Hope the fence. It's a 10 from Len's going to get a card up here, deeper out from Force and Valor. Then came No Retreat from Mustajab. Then came Olympic Candle, Spirit of Leros and Tamburrata, the toppies out to the end. So it is Ilzet Ailes and Force and Valor who's going to inject more tempo here. And Force and Valor's been crucial to this race. He's allowed a few of these to card up with cover. Then came Lafferty, who's got the 1-1. War Song's found a beautiful spot in behind, got the run of the race for Dylan McMonigal. Then came Al Abeb, who's 3 wide and no cover. It's a 10 from Deep Hope. Jungle Max tucked in behind them, needing an out from Olympic Candle. Then came Jungle Mac and Falcon of Arabia and No Retreat trying to come from back in the field. Force and Valor the leader from Ilzet Ailes. War Song tries to work through and getting the gap now. Deep Hope, Al Abed deeper out. No Retreat coming with a big run. Force and Valor, War Song, No Retreat with every bound swallowing them up. War Song and No Retreat. War Song, No Retreat down to the line and No Retreat No retreat, gets there in a nick of time. Half a length on War Song. Next over was Force and Valor, Deep Hope. Then came Olympic Candle from Al Arbed.
Delighted to be joined pre-racing here this Friday at Meydan by Andrew Slattery, who's got a number of good chances on the day. I was just looking through the book, and with Honest Desire, Undefeated, later Almaroom could run all right out from under. It's a competitive feel, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I've got some very nice rides, starting with Honest Desire. He had a very good run the last day behind Folk Festival, which looks like a horse that's on the up. This looks like an easier opportunity. It looks like a good opportunity for him to get off the mark here, in fairness. Provided everything went right, but we're well drawn in 4. You'd like to think he'd be thereabouts. Yeah, look, it's just one of the things. He hasn't hit the board yet here, but he's dropped down 10 pounds from where he started, so fingers crossed.
The international markets would have him as the shortest you ride. Do you see him as the best chance of the night or not?
Yeah, look, I think, as I said, looks like a good opportunity, but I've got some very nice rides. Undefeated, as you just said, at 20-1. He didn't win the last day like a horse that was at the peak of his mark. His work at home is very good. I actually rode him in a barrier trial here, and then I rode him over a mile, and the mile felt like he was going to be better over a little bit further, and he duly obliged here last day, so fingers crossed he can do the same again tonight.
He's always had quite a reputation, I guess, based on his name, hasn't he? You can't go getting a horse like that and they not win races, so we'll see. Do you see Jamie Osborne's horse, Heart of Honour, as the likeliest winner, aside from yours, of course, the biggest threat?
Yeah, look, Heart of Honour, obviously I know the horse pretty well. We had him as a breeze up, but Christopher's horse looks very smart as well. He if you were to judge it on the run over a mile, he was a couple of lengths in front of me, but I liked the way my fella finished out the last day, and halfway up the straight it didn't look like he was doing a whole pile either. It looks like he's won with plenty in hand.
So later in the cut, you've got Straight and Level, Alma as mentioned, Out From Under. They're all reasonably big prices, but in truth, aside from a couple of the pattern races on the day, they're wide open races today. Are all of your sort of sporting chances on the day?
Yeah, I really like Straight and Level. He's a gorgeous big horse by Cantoros, and he's won on the turf in America. Obviously his run's been on dirt here, but looks like a smart horse, and as I said, I'm not sure what kind of prices they're at, but I like him. I think he could run a good race. And Almaroom, I was second on her here last year. She's been lightly raced this season and seems to be just coming to herself. You'd imagine them open contest she could be thereabouts, and the same with Out From Under. He's a nice Dubawi horse, so look, they're all there with fighting chances, and we got Rub of the Green, a couple could go in, but it's just where racing is. We'll have to see how it goes.
How are you enjoying things at the moment?
Really good, yeah. Busy, thank God, getting plenty of rides. It's nice to get support from Mr. Seymour tonight, while Tiger's in Saudi, so let's just see how it goes.
Well, look, and I guess that gives opportunities, and it's a big yard to be involved in. We were just talking about the Saudi Cup tomorrow. I know Laurel River wasn't going to go from some way out, but Walk of Stars, you've just said just how much ability, I'm a big fan of him, how much ability that horse has got. Could he really put it up to them tomorrow?
Yeah, look, Laurel River obviously was the main contender, but Walk of Stars is a bit of a surprise package.
Yeah.
Guarantee if you see him here in the mornings, you wouldn't rank him as an outsider for tomorrow. Last day we seen him obviously win the Mactoum Challenge, which he was smart in doing that, but so that's only tip of the iceberg from what we see. So fingers crossed.
Well, look, fingers crossed. We're talking to you as a winner post-race a little bit later. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome to the delights of the saddling enclosure. It is beautiful, late afternoon, early evening, people arriving, which is great to see, and there's a bit of a sea of tranquility up here ahead of our first race of 8. And it's a competitive race. A number of these on the day really are. 9's just walking away from us now. That is Tardid, who's a surface switcher, and that one also is followed by 14 Moonshiner, who is just walking across to the other side of the saddling enclosure. Good run on the dirt at Jebel Ali last time. A turf mile around here is potentially interesting. Let's go back to this side of the saddling enclosure and find number 3. And a reminder, this is the first race on the cards. It's sponsored by DP World, handicap over 1,600 metres on the grass, and this is number 3, Maplewood, and he's been it, seen it, done it. He won this very race in its previous incarnation last year, and he's got the misfortune of being the selection of both Pat Comerford, who's a great judge, our commentator, and myself, who's a far lesser judge. So number 3, Maplewood, popped up at a reasonable price on the international markets to win that day. Now, it's difficult to really pinpoint him on recent form, but he's switching back to the grass, and he actually runs over 1,600 metres here for the first time since winning that day. So maybe you don't have to get too creative with the idea that he could be a big player in this. That's Maplewood. Next up's Erasmo, number 7. 4 runs this season and has finished 7th in every single one of them. Appropriately, he is number 7, so he's bound to finish in that particular position. Amazing how you can turn up to the races every time and manage to have the same number of horses in front of you each time. 7th. That is Erasmo. There isn't much on recent form pointing towards winning this. Number 8 is next. That's a stablemate of Erasmo. That's Invincibly. Second start back after a huge absence, indeed 2 years, and didn't beat Arrival at Abu Dhabi last time on that first run for a couple of years. Back form would give him a chance, but 2 years is a long time, certainly in the career of a racehorse. So questions to answer. Number 5, that's Mustajab. Well beaten here last week after a very slow start and steps up to 1,600 metres, actually for the first time in 2 years. So there's something different for a horse who's achieved all the successes over 1,400. Let's have a look at a couple more. Number 1 just joins in. That is Condor Pasa. Fawzi Nas had that lovely winner here last week in the form of No Retreat. It's a surface switcher, Condor Pasa. It's been running on the dirt all season so far and running well, and actually won a maiden over this course and distance this time last year, so it's worth another go on it. Number 2 is Expert Choice, midfield behind Folk Festival here 2 weeks ago. Folk Festival will see that horse later. That was a slightly better race than this and was a winner here at Abu Dhabi back in December. It is the first race of 8 tonight. We've got the Balanchine, we've got the UAE Oaks, we've got the Nad Al Sheba Trophy, the Al Basta Kia. It's a super night as we say a good evening once again to Pat Comerford.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, thank you very much. Very exciting for tonight's races. As you mentioned, there's some great class events from start to finish, and a credit to the Dubai Racing Club for their scheduling here for tonight's event. The Al Basta Kia allows us to get some nice black type races right at the start of the program, all the way and through until the penultimate event, which will be the Nad Al Sheba Trophy over the 2,810 metres. But a really exciting event, and look, a tough race to start. Runners are about to make their way to the parade for the first of 8 races here as we get set for the first here at Meydan, and about to kick off a big weekend of racing right across the Middle East, with also racing tonight and tomorrow at King Abdulaziz Racetrack in Saudi Arabia. Stay tuned, plenty of great racing all the way through the night. Well, we head into the parade here for the opening event on the card. It looks a nice event here, the Mina Rashid. And this one here is brought to us by DP World, our wonderful sponsor for tonight's races. Let's head into the yard and see our first horse. Number 1, Condor Passer, Sam Hitchcott for Fauzi Nas and Golf Racing Club LLC. Down the track last time out behind Maputo. That was over the 1,400 metres. Beaten on that occasion by around 21 lengths. So has a bit to find. The step out to the mile and back to Meydan may see him race more kindly. Jim Crowley, partners expert choice here for Sky Racing and Julio Olajuara. This horse here, a two-time winner from the 11 starts, along with 3 minor placings. He was also down the track last time out in behind Folk Festival. He was beaten 8 lengths on that occasion, so he'll be hoping to improve here and come slightly down in class, and as a result has to carry a slightly similar weight here in this upcoming event. Same track and trip for the 2. And he looks to defend his crown here in this race, does Maplewood, the 6-year-old gelding by Oasis Dream. Osama Rafai and Danny Tudhope combine here for Mr. Syed Hashish. He was over 1,400 metres last time out, and he was down the track on that occasion there. Stepping back out to the mile this time around for this event, and this looks to be his ideal track and trip. Fitness should be no concern. He's 3rd up for the campaign and should be peaking for this out of a good gate. Silvestre de Souza partners Mount Tambora, who we saw break his maiden at this track last season. The 5-year-old gelding by Dark Angel has had 15 starts now for only that 1 win. Would need to improve on what we've seen recently, but a switch back here to Meydan for the first time this season should see him race well, considering his only victory came at this track. 5 is Mustajab, Ray Dawson and Lucy Body combine here for Mr. Khalifa A. Dasmal. He's had the 2 runs here at Meydan since coming across and is yet to figure. He'll be looking at improving on those runs here, and fitness should be no query at all, considering he moves his way up now to the mile here, 3rd up for the campaign. 6 Silent Speech is out. We move to the 7 in Erasmo. Saif Al-Balushi rides for Rashid Borsley, who has the 2 in the race. Slightly wide draw for tonight's contest. He stays at the mile, but switches to Meydan here tonight after running at Abu Dhabi last start. His stablemate comes out of the same race, Invincibly, and he'll spot the white cap here. In behind Tamrat on that occasion, so he comes into another race against his stable compatriot. He finished much to the worse of Erasmo last time out, so would need to find a fair bit to be figuring here in this event. The 8 Invincibly, despite the fact he draws the ace. Jules Mobian, 2 rides for the night. He's got bookends. Rides this one here, Tardid in the 1st, 7-year-old gelding by Tamarkas. Down the track last time at Jebel Ali. Last time here at Meydan was on the dirt here over 1,200 metres. They're giving the turf a run, so an unknown commodity here on this surface. One to watch. Honest Desire wasn't to be for him, beaten 14 lengths last start by Folk Festival. They try him out once again in a slightly easier race. Mythical Dancer draws slightly wide. Pat Cosgrave for Bupat Seema and NMN Racing has been back a fair way. Arguably his best performance to date has been on the turf, albeit over shorter trips. Well, it wasn't to be for El Bosnia last time out, and he'll find it tougher here with gate 11. So he's up against it early, but hopefully an improvement here, and he can find some of that form from overseas. Stamford Street makes his Meydan debut. One run at Jebel Ali, wasn't to be, but in behind Royal Commando, who went on to win the Jebel Ali sprint. So we'll see if he can, if that form will be franked here and he can improve with the run. 1,000 metres out to the mile. Moonshiner made very good ground last time out at Jebel Ali, coming from a long way back to run third in the end. The race had plenty of merit. Fitness should be right on song. If he can bring that form here to Meydan. Last but not least, Sudden Ambush makes his way into the field here with the scratching of his stablemate. Bernardo Pinheiro rides for Sullen bin Gudaya, and he'll be hoping to improve on that last start run where he was down the track at Jebel Ali. 2 starts ago, the run at Meydan on the turf over 1900 was promising. This is on the sharper side for him over the mile compared to a lot of horses here who are stretching out in distance. He goes the other way. That's our field for the first event. Runners heading down the race and out onto the track here to the mile for the first race.
Right, first award of the night is best turned out ahead of our first race, and it goes to the Spanish runner, number 12, El Bosnia. Well done to Abdul Wahid, who is our groom responsible, winning 650 dirham as provided by PHI Advertising and as presented by David O'Farrell. What a man stepping in as well. Nothing too big for him. Thank you to PHI Advertising. Right, ahead of race 1, we understand that number 7 in shot there, Erasmo, under Saif Al-Balushi, has been checked over by the vets and just been trotted up, hopefully nothing too significant, and will be past fit and firing to go for this. It's a deep field, certainly deep on numbers. There's horses changing distances, swapping surfaces, and maybe an element of trying something until it clicks together. Erasmo, who would be a little up against it perhaps, 4 runs this season, having, as mentioned, finished 7th on all of them, and ironically enough is number 7, or appropriately enough, number 7 today. Right, this is number 3, this is Maplewood. The international markets are speaking favourably in the direction of this horse, Maplewood. Won what was this race last year and popped up at a reasonable price to do so on the international markets that day. It wouldn't be today because he's been backed, and it's fair to say his best figures have come over 1,600 metres, so a return to this course and distance, actually for the first time since, is not a negative. So unfortunately, despite seemingly looking okay, it wasn't to be for Erasmo, and this race has been scratched by order of the vets, so hopefully it's nothing too significant, and Erasmo, though won't be racing today, it won't be long till we see him back on the track. Now, number 2, that is Expert Choice, who was midfield last time out behind Folk Festival, the unbeaten 2 from 2 horse we'll see later. That was a slightly better race than this actually, and did win at Abu Dhabi in December. So that is number 2, Expert Choice. This is number 10, this is Honest Desire, and our thanks to Andrew Sassery, who shared his thoughts on his rides today, one of which is this fella, number 10. He can run well actually, 5th to Folk Festival here 2 weeks ago, and we know that No Retreat, the 2nd, has come out to win. That was a solid run and probably a best since joining Bhupat Seema from the previous life with Godolphin, a son of Frankel, Honest Desire. Well, loading, and we are bang on post time as well. 5:30 for your first of 8 thrilling contests, big entertainment to come with races like the Oaks and the Balanchine a little bit later on. Pat Comerford, all yours for the first.
Thank you, Nick. It's a nice race ahead here as they start to load forward, and unfortunate about Erasmo. Team still engaged, though, with Invincibly, who probably looked the second stringer here, and the cap colours certainly agreed with us there. But unfortunate for Erasmo. We'll hopefully see him back at the races in another time soon. But we're forced to rule a line here with the 7. As the rest of them start to load away here. Here's Mythical Dancer coming up for Bhupat Seema in the colours there of NMN Racing. Up here now, Expert Choice. Stanford Street loads away. Could be a big night on the cards here for Niels Peterson. Couple more to load away. Moonshiner and Condor Passer. They'll be the last couple. And we'll be almost set to go. Condor Passer locks away. Set at the mile. Racing. They'll jumped as one. Sudden Ambush, if any, a tad slow. Going back Stanford Street. Al Bosnia's going to work back to the end. It's Invincibly out fast with Maplewood, who's going to get up to second here in the early part of the race. Mount Tambora sooled up into third from Mythical Dancer wider. Then came Honest Desire, Condor Passer, Tardid the Rail. Mustajib was next, about half a length back from Moonshiner. Then came Expert Choice, Sudden Ambush up to third to last. And the last two in running were Al Bosnia along with Stanford Street. Up along the back here, Invincible leads them to the back turn. 900 metres left to go by a length and a half. Mythical Dancer second. Maplewood's had the run of the race in third, followed by Mount Tambora, who's worked upon. Condor Passer 3 wide without cover, followed by Mustajab. Then came Tardid the fence. Moonshiner works around them from Honest Desire, Expert Choice. Stanford Street comes past Sudden Ambush the inside, and Al Bosnia is out to last. 550 metres left to go. It's Mythical Dancer who now applies pressure to Invincibly, and Invincibly is off the bit now and chasing here. Can't go with the gallop. Condor Passer works through. Maplewood looks for a spot clear. Tardid looking the fence here up on the turf here for the first time in a while. Honest Desire. Al Bosnia runs on. Mustajab next. It's Condor Passer from Expert Choice. Honest Desire pegging away the outside from Al Bosnia. Tardid, Expert Choice under Crowley though, finding a little bit more here in the final 100, and at the 16th pole he's put it beyond doubt. Expert Choice coming clear to win. Expert Choice by a length and a half, maybe a length and 3/4. Tardid's run out of his skin. He's gone into second. Stanford Street was bolting late. Al Bosnia next over from Honest Desire, Condor Passer, a gap to Sudden Ambush from Mustajab. Then came Moonshiner, next over Mythical Dancer from Mount Tambora, Invincibly for the bubble burst, and Maplewood on face value, quite disappointing. Expert Choice goes on to win. Jim Crowley for Julio Olajuara picking up the win here. He travelled like the best horse in the race there, and expertly placed by Jim Crowley, who doesn't have too many rides tonight, but he's been able to be rewarded with a winner. 1:37.37. The winner stops the clock out here, and the numbers across the line there confirmed. 2 beating home, and we'll wait for the placings here very shortly because they lined up for those minor placings. Al Bosnia was in the mix along with Tardid up on the fence, so they're still confirming those very shortly. But at this stage, potentially 2, 12, 9 and 13. Expert Choice, too good.
Yeah, and for anyone who backed him, proved just that. And actually, when you watch it back, as they were all bunched up on the turn for home, you see how far out the bend is today. It was a case of Jim Crowley in the black with the yellow chevrons just coming through, and actually winning a little bit cosily in the end. Had to wait for the run. In truth, I don't think Condor Passer's done too badly whatsoever, but Expert Choice finding plenty, and it's a boost for Folk Festival going forward to his run a little bit later on, because Expert Choice was, albeit quite a long way behind Folk Festival last time out, back on the 7th of February, 2 weeks ago, but still not bad form to be boosting. Was a winner at Abu Dhabi back in December, and has run out a cosy enough winner in the end, just pushed out. For Julio Olajuara, he's got a couple to come in the Al-Bastakir, one of which, Nam Frick, to be ridden by Jim Crowley. So that confident team doubtless going into the next race. Al Bosnia, the best turned out winner, has run a very good race in second. Tardid in third, surface switcher, and back on the grass again for the first time in 3 years. That will hearten them, but by way of a handicap result, there wasn't that much involved in the first 6 or 7 in here. In the end, I do think Tardid has run a particularly good race. Al Bosnia in second, as mentioned, the Spanish runner. Lots of competitive form from Spain, but down the field on UAE debut, behind Folk Festival 2 weeks ago. So it's that form again, and if you're a Folk Festival fan, not just the music, you'll be heartened by what you've seen in the first race.
That they will, Nick. Thank you very much. Numbers in the Mina Rashid, presented by DP World. 2, 12, 9, 13. 2, 12, 9, 13. 137.37 winners' time. Margins 1 3/4 by a short head. 2, 12, 9 and 13. Race 1.
So 8 fantastic races to look forward to this 21st of February Carnival night, the first of which has been won by that man, Jim Crowley, doing so for trainer Julio Lacawaga in the colours of Sky Racing. Your first winner of the night, Expert Choice.
Hey guys, good to go? Oh, good cheer. Yeah, good night. I thought it was too late. Yeah. Okay, well done. Thank you. That was good.
Jim Crowley just coming back into the winners' enclosure and going through the process of making the result official. Weighing back in again after success for Expert Choice. And actually, not the first time he's ridden this horse to success. I think last time this horse was in the winners' enclosure was the last time you rode him at Abu Dhabi at Christmas time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It's obviously 2 from 2 on him, and he's a little bit quirky and takes a bit of knowing, so everything panned out really well for him. Probably even got to the front sooner than ideal, really.
What kind of a race was that? Because there's not a huge amount necessarily between the first 6 or 7 home. Did it ride like that kind of race?
Yeah, look, not much strength and depth in it, but this horse, as I said to Julio before, he's got more ability than what he's really showing.
Has he?
And hence why he's got blinkers on today. But we smuggled him round, and like I said, when he hit the front, he shut down with me. So he does take a bit of knowing, but like I said, it's nice to get another win out of him.
Does that give you all the more satisfaction sometimes when the quirky ones you can unlock that little bit that perhaps they're not showing?
Yeah, for sure, it's nice. I rode him a lot more prominently at Abu Dhabi that day, and I learned, although he won, probably learned more about him that day than it. So it worked out well.
Nam Frick in the next. You've ridden twice out here. A sporting alternative maybe in the Al Bastakir. The extra distance, is that going to unlock more?
I think he's crying out for it.
Okay.
I mean, he was 4th over 7 furlongs in one of the trials, Guineas trials, and he stayed on from a long way back and came home really well. And then I was very optimistic of a big run next time, and for whatever reason he didn't jump, he didn't travel, didn't finish. I think he's a really nice horse, and if he can produce that form that he showed in the Guineas, he won't be far away.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the first event, 212.913, 212.9.
Race 1 was the Mina Rashids, presented by DP World. It was won in brilliant style by Expert Choice. It is now time to welcome up our trophy presenter for the first time this evening, and our gratitude to Mr. Tariq Altaya, Director Market Access for DP World Logistics. And he's very kindly presenting that fine winning trophy to the winning owners of Expert Choice. Please show your appreciation for Abdullah Hafid and Abdullah. Okay, the next race is a cracker. It's the Al Bastakia. This is number 6 we'll be talking about, but just a note, unfortunately, Falcair, who is a really interesting runner from Saudi Arabia, number 4 has been withdrawn. Further details to follow. So 6, Heart of Honour, big player, goes down. Number 7, High Season. This is 8, and that is Honest Moon, Connor Beasley warming up for Golden Vekoma tomorrow. Number 9 over on the far side joins in. That is Littlefoot. 4th to undefeated here last time, so has got that form to turn around. 10, that is Moonblade, interesting runner, albeit form still to find. Was a surprise winner here a couple of weeks ago, over 1,600 metres. So we shall see for Moonblade. Number 10, 12, that is On the Way, who's still a maiden, goes up in trip. 14, that's Rafid. 15, Royal Favour. Now he's a maiden, but he's probably one of the best maidens you'll find. His form stands up to massive scrutiny. 16, that is Undefeated, who blitzed his rivals here 3 weeks ago. Fascinating runner. 11 is Nimble Boy. Pat Cosgrave to ride that one. We've still got a couple still to come down, I think. If we just spin to the left, there are a couple of latecomers, 2 or 3 of them actually. 5 is over there, that's Galactic Star. Nearest to us though, that is number 2, and that is Nam Frick for Julio Lascoaga and Jim Crowley. And I know Jim, from what we just heard, is confident and just getting a quiet word, hopefully speak to the trainer properly in a moment. I think there's a real feeling of an expectation that this South American horse, stepping up in trip, is going to love it. And if you've supported the yard, you'll be heartened by the fact that the first horse of the day to win came from his barn. And the last one is Galactic Star, who's just being kept away from the others. So massive race. The Albasta Kia is now situated on this card, formerly on Super Saturday, and one or two of these lucky horses might just be bound for the UAE Derby. It's a big race upcoming.
Thank you, Nick. And race 2 here, the runners head into the parade for this upcoming event. It is the Albasta Kia listed event for 800,000 dirham. Let's head to the yard. Number 1 is Don Vaccaro. Pat Dobbs rides for Sky Racing, and Julio Olajuara, the combination of trainer and owner, looking for an early double on the program. He's got to come from gate 16 here for tonight's event, so that will make it a little tougher, and he would have to improve on his 2 runs to date down the track on both occasions. Number 3 is Exculpation. He's had the 5 starts for the 1 win. That came at Jebel Ali in a maiden contest. This is stepping up quite a bit in events here, coming out of 2 conditions events to a listed company this time around. So he's up against it. Here's number 2, Nam Frick, and Jim Crowley and Julio Olajuara will be looking to go back-to-back here in the early parts of the night. Jim's been on board the last 2 starts, and he has been screaming out for distance. 1,900 metres, he finally gets out to a suitable trip. Take note, 4 is a scratching. The Saudi visitor in Falcaire will not take his part in the race. So we move on now to the international market elect and horse to beat. Heart of Honour, the colt by Honour AP. Safi Osborne for Jamie Osborne. Safi jumps on board for the first time since the novice performance and second at Southwell back in October of 2024. She replaces the injured Ardri de Vries. Gate number 1 here for the international market elect, and he looks on form, the horse that they have to get past. 7 High Season, the son of New Bay for Sandro Paiva and Bupat Sema, this one for Akaram Racing. Group 3 company last time out, defeated by Golden Vacoma. Would need to improve on what we've seen already so far, yet to be proven on the dirt. Honest Moon ran a good second to undefeated last time out over this track and trip. Beaten 7 1/4 lengths on that occasion. Wide draw could be a tad costly. Hard to see where he finds himself in the map. Little Foot would need to improve on that opening performance in behind undefeated. Has only had the 1 run though. It's very early in the career here, Little Foot. And gate 13 to go with it here for tonight's contest. Hopefully can slot in here. One of 2 runners for the stable. Here is the other stablemate who has won, and that is Moonblade. A good performance over a mile last time out. And that performance will take him a long way in this, and stepping out in trip looks ideal. .11 is Nimble Boy, Pat Cosgrave for Bupat Sema. Beaten a distance here in his last start. The first opening performance behind Golden Vacoma was impressive enough. He's got a nice draw here this evening and comes in off a rating of 94, so he's got a high enough rating to be competitive. On the way is an interesting runner. They've gone forward with him the last 2 starts and it hasn't seemed to work out. Maybe they do adopt a get back and run on mentality that we saw on debut over 1,200 metres last time out. But another Honour AP that heads into the field for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan and Javier Ziani back on board. Poet Orton was impressive under Silvestre de Souza last time out behind Moonblade. Has the form to improve. .14 Rafid, Ray Dawson for Doug Watson. Down the track behind Golden Vacoma last time out. would need to improve on what we've seen so far. Gate 15 is going to make it very tough as well. Royal Favour looks the likely threat here to Heart of Honour. Has been around the mark the last few starts and gets fitter and fitter every time he steps out. Undefeated's got a sticky draw, but has travelled well wide in the past. Andrew Slattery back on board here for Bhupat Seema and Mr. Saeed Sahel. A winning chance. So we are waiting on number 5 in Galactic Star, who looks like he'll be a late arrival here to the start. He was a debut winner at Jebel Ali, beaten a little margin by 6 lengths in his first run at Meydan. Stepping out in trip, 1900 metres, a tad unknown, and he'll be the final horse to arrive in the gates very shortly as the runners head down the tunnel for race 2.
for the win. I think it's better. Yeah.
Well, he's already had a winner, so a really good person to talk to, Julio Escobar. After expert choice in the first race, you've got two in this. Don Vaccaro and Nam Frick. And Jim Crowley, who's just ridden the winner for you for the first, he spoke quite positively about that horse. Are you quite excited about him?
Yeah, we were a little bit disappointed after the Guineas with both of them. And also Justino that runs tomorrow in Saudi.
Yes.
But hopefully they will recover, they will come back from that race. I think they both needed the race from that time, and probably they will run better this time.
Because they've had the same programme, two runs, both the same races, are they similar horses, these two?
Not really. I think Don Vaccaro should be a more sharper horse for shorter distances after, and Namfrick will enjoy the distance better. Let's see. Hopefully.
So have you been waiting for the distance for Namfrick?
Since the first race, we've been talking with Jim that as soon as the distance gets longer, he will enjoy it.
Confidence high after the first race. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looking forward to this. This is the Al-Basta Kia presented by DP World, listed 1900 metres, 3-year-olds on the dirt, and the UAE Derby Dreams are there. This is a big race in its own right. Of that you can have no doubt. But seemingly, owing to a steward's inquiry after our first race, horses have been going down in dribs and drabs. It's been a truncated period of time with the horses making their way down. So hopefully they're going to be good for a jump in reasonable time. Unfortunately, we learned earlier that Falcaire, the Saudi chance, number 4, has been withdrawn, does not run, and takes a little bit of international gloss off this race, but it's a very good contest in its own right. So horses making their way down, and you'll see right in front of the grandstands, the 1900 metre start, just short of the winning posts, so just over one full lap of the iconic dirt venue here at Meydan. And the 2000 Guineas form of 5 weeks ago comes to the fore. Golden Vacoma, the winner that day. He goes to Saudi tomorrow. He's not here, but a lot who finished in behind him are, including Heart of Honour, who was unlucky that day. And the extra distance today, Jamie Osborne, the trainer, very much of the opinion that his run when second, Heart of Honour's run when second, was the run of a 1.25 mile horse in the making. Extra distance, big chance. That is number 3, who's got it to do. He'll stay, but he might be left behind. That's Exculpation, just over 13 lengths to find with Undefeated from there, running 3 weeks ago. He's one of the latest to go down. And as such, for this 6:05 race. We are a minute past post time, but hopefully it won't be too long before the loading process gets underway. There is Heart of Honour in the colours of Jim and Claire Limited, extremely enthusiastic sporting owners, and we wish them well. They're dreaming big with this horse, and rightly so. He is already a winner. He's the best turned out winner, Heart of Honour. He is your best turned out award winner as per PHI advertising, and when we track him down, the winning groom will be receiving 650 dirham. He might just be responsible for looking after the winner of the race as well in a few moments' time. We'll find out. So, Heart of Honour, he bids to confirm horse form with a number of horses from the Guineas, Royal Favour being one of them. That horse was third in the Guineas, and he's seemingly one of the best maidens you'll find. He's run twice out here. He was behind Heart of Honour first time, and then behind that horse again when third to Golden Vacoma in the Guineas. He's trained by Simon and Ed Crisford, who so sadly have lost their yard star Poker Face, and as a consequence, I don't think anyone will begrudge them success on the evening. A real bitter blow, unfortunately. Royal Favour, William Buick will be riding, and he's got some signature rides to come a little bit later on. Cinderella's Dream and First Conquest and so on. And it will look to be another Friday of success for Buick at Meydan. We have tracked down our intrepid groom. He's gone all the way down to the start for Heart of Honour, and we're about to very quickly present him the prize if we can. But it might be a battle against time given that the loading process is underway. Here is our groom. Come on, sir. Up to the banner. There we go. And he's going to get his 650 dirham prize after expertly delivering Heart of Honour to look so good ahead of his date with Destiny in the Al Basta Kia. And our thanks to PHI advertising. There he goes. Royal Favour loads undefeated. It's going to be one of those still to go forwards. Couple for Julio Lascawaga. He sounded confident about Nam Frick. The suggestion being that Don Vaccaro will be going back in trip after this, but Nam Frick's going to want every yard of this 1900 metres, and it's 1900 metres at Meydan to be described by Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, some big prices on the overseas market for a few of these. They've really honed in on Heart of Honour, and as a result you are getting almost double figure odds on the international market for everything bar Royal Favour and Heart of Honour. Here's Don Vaccaro loading forward. Moonblade loads up. Been a great few weeks here for Marwan Albadei. Last one to load away on the way. Take note, Falkir is a late scratching, and we're set to go in the listed Al Basta Kia. And the gates crash. Moonblade was the last to exit. Stablemate Littlefoot is left in their wake as well. He's out to the end. Honest Moon sold forward in the early part of the post. Will lead. Galactic Star working forward on the way from Royal Favour High Season. Deeper out Undefeated. Don Vaccaro is going to be 8 deep into the first bend. Poet Auden tucks in behind them with Nimble Boy. Then came Heart of Honour, who may get to 3 back on the inside for Safi Osborne, and does have the opportunity if she would like it, Safi Osborne. Rafid next from Moonblade, Exculpation, a gap back to Nam Frick, and Littlefoot can't go with the gallop. It's Honest Moon as they head out onto the back section past the 1300 metres. Out by half a length on the way, who's forward once again. It's going to be Galactic Star in the box seat, and 3 wide, no cover, Undefeated. Don Vaccaro's 4 deep. Nimble Boy 3 back the inside, followed by a Royal Favour High Season. Exculpation was next. Heart of Honour 1 off the fence and back in the just worse than midfield from Poet Autumn deeper out, wide with cover. Next was Moonblade, Rafid, Nam Frick, and Littlefoot can't go with the gallop, and he's dropping further and further back in the field. It's Honest Moon who's going to move on with it now. He's a length and a half in advance of Undefeated, who works up to second. Galactic Star third, dropping the bit on the way. He's going back through the field, passed now by Nimble Boy, Exculpation. Heart of Honour gets mobile. Poet Autumn was next from High Season, then came Royal Favour with plenty to pick up. Moonblade followed from Rafid, Nam Frick, Littlefoot, and out to the end was Don Vaccaro. They straighten up for home. Heart of Honour's got a mighty task here. Honest Moon with the one to chase here in the Al Basta Kia. 2 lengths in advance of Galactic Star, Undefeated. Heart of Honour closing a little bit here with every stride. It's Honest Moon from Galactic Star. Heart of Honour out out when it's all too late. It's Galactic Star hitting the lead though from Honest Moon. Heart of Honor trying very, very hard with 100 metres to go, but it'll be too late maybe. Galactic Star, Heart of Honor dives, misses. Last bound, nearly got there. It was Galactic Star though in the Albasta Kia to win. Heart of Honor tried. Second over from Honest Moon, who knocked up. Undefeated next from Poet Auden, High Season, Nimble Boy. Then came Exculpation, Royal Favour, slightly disappointing. Then came Littlefoot, Moonblade, Don Vaccaro, Nem Frick from Rafid, and on the way, the last home after leading in the early part of the race. Galactic Star. 1900 metres was the question mark, but I'll tell you what, on that performance, right up his alley. Has got to the line here in a nick of time. Heart of Honor made it a very nice test, but it wasn't to be. Maybe a little bit too far back in the middle stages. It was a big task for the Son of Honor AP, but he's run bravely in second to only go down a short head. Numbers across the line will be 5, 6, 8 and 16 undefeated. I think you'll find runs into fourth. 5, 6, 8 and 16. Galactic Star, your winner for Bhupat Seema. And congratulations to Blue Blood Racing Syndicate and Kamlesh Matani and Dhruv Sani as well. The winning connections here with Galactic Star. Listed victory tonight at Meydan.
Yeah, and when considering that this horse's career debut was just over a month ago on the 18th of January, he is fast-tracking in plenty. And congratulations to all connected to the extremely lightly raced Galactic Star, who had the target to run down at this point, Honest Moon, and did that. What a good performance this was. Of course, once again, the eye, the heart, and everything else that goes with it is going to be drawn to Heart of Honor, who was closing, and there was that moment where you could almost hear the breath drawn by all here at Meydan as it looked like he was going to close down. Another couple of strides, and yes, the Albasta Kia would have been his. 2,000 metres, and yes, the Albasta Kia would have been his. Finished second in the Guineas and now second in the Albasta Kia, and at some point soon he is going to have his full-on redemption. Things didn't necessarily go perfectly from draw one and ended up getting further back than ideal. Track position key for Galactic Star to win this, and he really is achieving loads. Jebel Ali winner over 1,200 metres in January, and then a beaten favourite here over 1,600 metres just 2 weeks ago. Another 300 metres, and this hardy horse is going places. Galactic Star wins, Heart of Honor in second, Honest Moon in third, undefeated, winner last time, fourth this time, and further back the likes of Port Orton, High Season and Nimble Boy. But drama in the Albasta Kia, it is Galactic Star who holds the late surge of Heart of Honor.
And the numbers are confirmed in the Albasta Kia. 5, 6, 8, 16. 5, 6, 8, 16. Galactic Star victorious. 159.33. Margins a short head by 1 1/4. 5, 6, 8 and 16. Race 2.
Ibrahim Khan cross खोल दे इसे ना
नूर को चाह रहे हो
बस नहीं बीच ही लग रहा है खोल पकड़ ले
मुंह को चाह रहे हो ये फोटो एडिट तो बच्चा कम से नहीं देवरा चाह जेब में पालन आई ना वो इंजन खड़ा है Thank you so much.
Drama in the Albasta Kia, the first feature race of the evening. Heart of Honour gave chase, but couldn't quite reel in the winner, who was partnered by Richie Mullen for the champion Bhupat Seymour. And the colours of Blue Blood Racing Syndicate, Kamlesh Matani and Dhruv Sani. Show your appreciation for the warrior, Galactic Star.
But he settled and he switched off, and I think that's what helped him get the trip. I think going into that turn, you know, the 2 turns, they'll switch off better anyway. Now that first turn, getting back, it's not like you're racing out the gate straight away. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Oh, a little bit of a nervy moment there as Galactic Star, maybe showing a bit of an experience. And if he is, fair play. He's only had 3 starts. First run was on the 18th of January. And look what he's doing by the 21st of February. He's winning an Albasta Kia. Partnered by this man, Richie Mullen, who's on him for the first time on the track. Richie, well done indeed. An inexperienced horse, but you wouldn't know it.
No, and look, thanks to Bhupat and the team at Zabeel, you know, we got back a long way, so yeah. It's nice to get one for them.
The old team?
Yeah, the old team. Old being the operative word. No, look, I always knew they liked this horse a lot. I'd never sat on him. Jen, our paddock steward, rides him out every day, and I think she's had more falls off him than anyone else on the track. So he's got his quirks, but he's full of ability, he's full of talent. You know, I spoke to Tig, and I remember him winning up to Jebel Ali first time out. And Tig said that day he was their nicest. There was question marks over the trip, but like Bhupat said, just ride him like he gets it. You know, gun him out, and if it means you know someone wants to go on, just let them take a sit on him. And I think it just helped him going 2 turns, because they come back to you a little bit easier when you go into that first turn. You know, horses can just relax a little bit more rather than the mile where you're gunning them out of the chute. You know, and he's probably growing up as well with his racing, so yeah, he got the trip, travelled really well, and then I moved up to Connor, and in fairness to Connor's horse, he picked up, and he kind of had me there for a second. I thought, well, I've surrendered that one, but you know, he's full of heart and full of guts and talent, and he battled all the way to the line, and you know, he had to stay today. You know, I knew Jamie's horse would be coming late on the scene. I didn't know where he was.
Could you feel him?
I couldn't until late on, and it was late, and fortunately enough for me that the line came quick enough for me. But look, they're 2 very talented horses, and I'm sure they'll give a good account of them on 5th of April.
Very quickly, Keys Chorister later. If she puts her best British form forward, she could win this, couldn't she?
Well, if you look at her form, her overall form, she's probably the best horse in the race. So I think she just ran a little bit fresh last time. I spoke to David, and you know, he's added her with a hood today, but I think if there was a lack of pace, she has made it in the past, so, you know, but that will be up to David, and I'm sure he's looked for it, but yeah, if she brings back her best form, I say there's no Kyprios in this race, so yeah, like she's back now.
Top man.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Albasta Kia, 5, 6, 8, 16. Numbers there, 5, 6, 8 and 16. Galactic Star, your official winner, 159.33. Margins a short hit by 1 1/4.
A dramatic finish, and it is success in the Albasta Kia for Galactic Star. He's a lightly raced horse, but he's shooting high. And on his third outing, he's won the Albasta Kia. It is time now to present 3 fantastic prizes. I would like to welcome up from our generous sponsors, Mr. Mohammed Abu Hamra, Chief Operating Officer, Digital Technology, DP World GCC. And our thanks to DP World presenting this race, the Albasta Kia of 2025. And to the delight of the winning owners, can see the scenes in the winners' enclosure. I would like to welcome up the winning owners of Galactic Star. Show your appreciation for Kamlesh and Ankita Matani. And what a trophy that is. It's yet further success in this race for Bhupat Seema. On his behalf, show the appreciation for the tireless, hard-working other half. Welcoming up Caroline Seema. And the Seema-Mullen combination is like rolling back the years, welcoming back in the main man, Richie Mullen. And well done to our winning jockey, trainer and owners. Please do come back up to the podium and have a moment, have a photograph, enjoy success in the 2025 Albasta Kia. So for the first time tonight, after races 2, 4, 6, 8, it is faces at the races. We've got 2,000 dirham to give away, 500 for each prize. We are on the lookout for the smiliest, the happiest. Can't be you, sir, not a thumbs up. We've ventured up to the restaurant. You can't win if you don't show us any form of appreciation whatsoever. You've picked a couple of winners so far, sir. What about to the next table? Nobody there, can't give it to them. Oh, not sure, don't want to be caught out. Drink, have we got a winner? Who's it going to be? I've only seen about 8 people. It's you, madam. Oh, no, it's not. It's you! Congratulations! Faces at the races. Get yourself to gate 2, the reward centre. 500 dirham is all yours.
I'll head back into the parade here for race number 3 on the program. The DP World Logistics presented by DP World as we head into our first horse, number 1 in the 3rd event. That is none other than Tamrat, the last start winner at Abu Dhabi, beating home the Camden Colt on that occasion. He'll appreciate a slight rise in trip and out onto a bigger course here. Certainly a winning chance, and he'll be up on speed. Macau Barcelona will ride Max Mayhem, the 7-year-old gelding here by New Bay. He drops sharply in distance after contesting over 2400 his last 2 starts. He does drop slightly in class though. We'll see if he can figure here. He's drawn well. Pat Cosgrave will partner Rock Walk here. He's also dropping back sharply in trip from 2400 metres. Stepping into this race here, hasn't contested a race of this distance for quite some time. This is the shortest trip he's been over for quite a while, the son of TH Approval. Four is straight and level for Bupat Seema and Andrew Slattery. He's coming up in trip after contesting a 1400 metre event last start. That was a second to Kanjar on that occasion. The 5-year-old gelding by Kentharos has rarely missed the top 3 despite only winning 1 race. First Constitution drops slightly back in class here, beaten a distance last time out. Would need to be doing better there. Well, my apologies, First Constitution is a scratching. Paddy Shack is the next horse that we have a look at here, the 5-year-old gelding by Wooten Bassett. He comes into this for Danny Tudhope and David O'Mara. Last time out, it was beaten over 10 lengths, running 5th on that occasion. He will be a little bit more suited here, slightly back in trip to 1800. 7 Silver Sword, Jim Crowley and Dylan Cunha combined here, beaten 5.5 last time to the races at this distance, beaten by Arabian Light on that occasion. Has run some eye-catching races his last couple of starts. Emperor's Star was close, only beaten 3/4 of a length by Legend of Khan last time out. A little sticky from the draw here, but certainly a winning contender for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. Raba Racing saddle up Magnum Opus here. Pat Dobbs rides for Simon and Ed Crisford. A little trip to Jebel Ali in between runs here at Meydan. Last time here he was 2 lengths off DeLorean, running 3rd over 1900 metres on the turf. So certainly has got good enough form to be figuring. Movie Maker arguably hasn't come back, the same horse we saw last season. He's in off the rating of 91. Charlie Bennett will ride for Syed bin Saror in the red cap. DeLorean having that win 2 starts ago here at Meydan, went to Abu Dhabi, running 3rd on that occasion. His runs have been quite honest of late and always deserves respect. Folk Festival is undefeated so far in its career, 2 from 2. Draws 12, will have to go back as per usual, and we'll be hoping for a fast enough speed to be running on like last start. Jebel Ali galloper Al Janob was beaten at the home track last start over a mile. That was winning margin was 3 3/4 lengths. He ran 2nd on the occasion. He heads to Meydan here tonight and onto the turf here for tonight's assignment. First view comes out of the race behind DeLorean. Hasn't been seen at the races since that event on the 17th of January. He's beaten 3 1/4 lengths there, running 4th. The run was honest enough, and 1800 metres shouldn't be too much of a concern. 2 starts before, running very good at the track and trip. Rabat is a late inclusion. Richie Mullen looking for an early double on the card. He jumps aboard for Michael Costa here. He was beaten a distance by Tamrat. Has had the 2 runs in the UAE at Jebel Ali and Abu Dhabi. This is his Meydan debut, and fitness should be perfect here and spot on, and being 3rd up for the campaign. That's our runners. They head onto the course here for race 3 on the program. This one here for 190,000. Runners heading to post.
Pre-race 3, delighted to be joined by one of the joint trainers of 2 horses in here, Simon and Ed Crisford, those trainers, and Ed joins us. You've got Tamrat, you've got Magnum Opus, but I wanted to begin on the really sad news earlier, and I saw the tweet from the owner, Ed Ware, of your star, Pokerface, who's been such a good horse for you. I'm so sorry to see that he suffered a fatal injury yesterday.
No, it's very, very upsetting for the whole stable, and especially his owner, Ed. He was a real yard favourite, and he was a real character. And yeah, very sad news.
When you come to reflect on his career, I guess the positive of coming out here, I know that it's been such a sad end, but what he'd already achieved out here, it was full vindication for doing the trip, wasn't it?
No, absolutely. I mean, he took us to some really great places. Won on sort of Art Weekend in Paris and in Deauville, and came out here and won the Zabeel Mile and ran a great race against Romantic Warrior. So, you know, he gave the stable and the owner, Ed, a really great ride, and it was just a pleasure to train.
In this race today, you've got Magnum Opus, you've got Tamrat, who you're only early doors with, but you've already got a win out of him. The trip today?
Yeah, you know, he won well at Abu Dhabi. He's gone up 5 pounds. That was over the mile. It'd be interesting to see him over this mile 1, whether the mile is his best trip.
Yes.
Sylvester did think that, you know, it's a tighter track, Abu Dhabi, but he thought going up a furlong would be no problem. So yeah, we'll see how we get on.
And Magnum Opus swapping surfs again.
Yeah, you know, Jebel Ali, he was in a tough race that day, but it just looked coming up the hill that the dirt probably just wasn't quite to his liking. But he's got, you know, he hasn't got the best draw here, so I think we'll just sort of ride him for a bit of luck.
A lot of people will be wishing you well today. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
You. Best times out time. We're bang on time for it, unlike our previous race, which took a bit of organising. Mohamed Morsi's on hand to present to the winning groom. goes the way of number 12, the unbeaten hitherto. Folk Festival, everything he gets entered for he wins. He's best turned out. Well done to Narpat Singh. And our thanks to PHI Advertising, providing the sum of 650 dirham and a beautiful flower. Well done. So it's a competitive race, good handicap, turf race, swapping services again. And this DP World Logistics, presented by DP World Handicap, a turf race over 1,800 metres, looks competitive enough. William Buick rides for the boss, for Charlie Appleby, Emperor Star, who's still a very lightly raced horse, missed all of 2024, 2 runs here this season, beaten favourite here when third to Legend of Cannes last month. Half furlong less here, still looks a tidy move. He had to wait for a run that day, possibly a bit unlucky, but I know that our commentator, Pat Comerford, has got slight reservations about his price at the top of the market. Pat?
Yeah, I think he's a bit vulnerable, isn't he, there, Nick? I mean, he's a horse that deserves respect going off how he ran last time out, but plain and simply, he's had 5 runs on the turf for a second and a third. And the only win has come at Chelmsford City on the all-weather. I mean, he's still a winning hope, but I mean, if you were to oppose a favourite in the blue tonight, I'd say he's the one. I mean, there's value overseas with Tamrat. I mean, Paddy Shack also represents a bit of value. Silver Swords runs have been honest, and even right down the bottom, Folk Festival sits on the second line, who is undefeated today. He'll require a bit more tempo. It might be a little bit more difficult for Folk Festival, but I mean, if you were to oppose one tonight, might be the one there. I mean, there's plenty of horses walking through with plenty of fitness on their side and working up to potentially be a level threat here to Emperor Star, and maybe a slight unders in the market.
Interesting thoughts, Pat Comerford. And mentioning Folk Festival, his form in race 1, lateral form, took a real boost with the winner, who was well in behind him, and also the second coming out to run very good races. We know that the horse he beat last time, No Retreat, and indeed the time before, has come out to win. So Folk Festival is looking like a bit of a player. And we were already talking about this horse earlier when previewing the race, and the assertion being that perhaps this time next year we'll be talking about him in pattern races. You never know. He's a big player today. He puts an unbeaten record on the line. He hasn't got as experience of some of these, but he's a lovely horse and he's getting better. I know that Pat fancies this horse. This is Tamrat, one of the horses for the Crisfords. Ed just sharing his thoughts on this horse, who won at Abu Dhabi a few weeks ago. And the first time visor that day, he's got up a £5 sum. And that was backing up an okay run here on debut for the Crisfords, and first run since leaving Ireland. Maybe a little experiment over the 1,800 metres, but if he gets the extra 200 metres and he's as effective over it, he could well be a big threat to all. Slightly different terms here, but Tamrat, one of the Crisford runners, big player potentially. They are loading. We have Godolphin representation from another barn. Saeed bin Saror is here. He's got Movie Maker, he's got First View. The man, Saeed bin Saror, who has trained no less than 9 winners of the best race here, the Dubai World Cup, and he looks for success with one of his 2. There is a man who's won the World Cup, Mikel Barcelona, Monterosso, a few years ago. He's got Max Mayhem here. Look at those pretty cool silks. Straight and level. Andrew Slattery going forwards on number 4. And he actually fancies, speaking to us earlier, that straight and level is going to run a good race. That second to Kanjar last time wasn't bad whatsoever, and now switches back to the turf. Rock Walk is going in now. A reminder as well, the reserve who gets a run, Ribats, will carry the black cap of the owner, His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. So it's race 3, we're rocketing through the card. Enjoyable stuff so far. Let's see what race 3 offers, Pat.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Nick. We're about to be sent on their way, or we've got one that's come through, and it's the 3 Al Janob, and he's got away. My apologies, it's Rock Walk. Rock Walk has got away here, so we've got a loose horse, and we'll have a slight delay here, and Rock Walk gets collected there. They did everything they could, Pat Cosgrave, to try and collect and stop him from jumping once he busted through the gates. And then obviously the Outriders did their best to try and snatch him as well, along with the barrier attendance, but wasn't to be, and Rock Walk makes his way down the back straight here. So a slight delay, but you'd say we'll have a scratching here as well, as there's no outrider to collect him there, and he will be slowly making his way around to the finishing post here to meet the outriders at the top of the straight. So a slight delay here, Nick, unfortunately, but we will have Rock Walk collected, and as a result, we do have these horses slowly being removed here from the gate, straight and level coming out. Max Mayhem will do the same, and well, Rock Walk is having a leisurely stroll as he makes his way past about the 700-metre mark, and will be met here by the outriders here at the top of the straight very, very shortly. And they're about to try and collect him here. And he's been collected. So Rock Walk will be led back here, Nick, and we'll have a slight delay as he brought back down the straight, and we'll be ready to go for race 3.
Well done, team. As I saw it with the naked eye, down effectively at the top of the home straight, I think they managed to catch the horse. There is Pat Cosgrave, disappointed I'm sure, but walking absolutely fine as well. So no Rock Walk, who broke out of stall 10, ran all the way down the back straight, round the bend as well, but somewhere around sort of 400 or 500 metres from here, they managed to catch the horse, which is great, and hopefully he is none the worse for it. So it leaves us more time to talk about this race, and I know Pat's already made the case for and against Emperor Star. He's a fan of Tamrat. My personal view is that DeLorean can run very well indeed. Extremely aptly named son of Time Test. Wonder where they got that one from. Won a key form race 2 starts ago. There is DeLorean under Connor Beasley. Back in trip was third actually to Tamrat at Abu Dhabi last time, in very good form, and has spent much of the career in recent times on dirt. So my view is he's worth persevering on the grass, or certainly having him on the grass. So officially, by the way, we have withdrawn Rock Walk. Number 3 is out. I don't think there was much doubt, but it's now an official status that Rock Walk, number 3, has been withdrawn, having broken free just prior to the start. So I like DeLorean. The Emperor Star form from Legend of Cannes last time is going to stand up with bids to win on the grass now. Pat likes Tamrat. There are others though. There are a number in here that could be interesting. Paddy Shack with those amazing dartboard silks. There you go. Let's say, spot the dartboard silk. There aren't too many of them about. Paddy Shack, second run here. Ran a big price 5th over 2,000 metres at the start of January. Had a wide draw that day. Did run on a bit, but he was never really in the teeth of the race. And he could do better today. First view for Godolphin is there as well. Silver Sword, number 7, the grey. He's got loads of good form in England. In the old days, he used to refuse to race. He was a complete monkey. But these days, he's a reformed character, just like the best of us. 3 runs out here, latterly 4th in the Lord Glitters handicap behind Arabian Light a couple of weeks ago. He hasn't won in a while, but he's been running creditably, and he's going to need the extra assistance of a blindfold to go forward into the starting stalls. Still waiting on the loading process to restart. I think this is going to be the first one to go forward, and Silver Swords might be getting priority, I'm not sure, but perhaps based on his old antics, it's worth keeping on side. But he's got in absolutely fine, which is good.
Got handlers, bring him up here, please.
Competitive race. A number on the card really are. Thanks to Ed Christopher sharing his thoughts on his runners. He's got Magnum Opus as well, who's drawn out in 14, returns to turf again. Ran thirds over near enough this track and trip a couple of starts ago, albeit was a short price favourite. He's got the ability to win this, I'd say, on the absolute best of his form. So Emperor Star, The first for the Blue Godolphin William Buick Charlie Appleby combination on the day. We've got First Conquest to come, they've got Cinderella's Dream to come, who for many will be a banker. But there are threats. Folk Festival, unbeaten so far, form's getting better. We might learn a little bit more about him today. There's your favourite, going forward, Emperor Star. So hopefully, second time a charm. Let's go up to Pat.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yeah, let's try this again. Take two as Straight and Level loads away. I'll tell you what, you've got to give them credit, the Russian and Kazakhstani connections. They're certainly commentator friendly with their colours, nice and bright. And Straight and Level loads away here for NR Club LLC. Here's Paddy Shack. We're looking for a performance worthy of a 180 with those dartboard silks. Hard to miss. Rabat and Eljanov. The last to load up. Set to run. 1800. Racing. DeLorean off the inside, broke cleanly. Tamrat works through with Straight and Level. Movie Maker, First View, makes a line of 5. Deeper out, Emperor Star tries to work into a spot here from Silver Sword. DeLorean drops back along with Max Mayhem. A gap of a length and a half to Eljanov. Half a length up on heels was Rabat. Buried away on the inside from Paddy Shack Folk Festival. And Magnum Opus is out to last. So it's about 10 or 11 lengths from top to tail as they make their way down in search of the 1,000-metre peg, where it is up in front here, working through Straight and Level to lead. By a length and 3/4 on Tamrat. 2 lengths to Movie Maker, a half a length to DeLorean. Then came Silver Sword from deeper out, Emperor Star, who's still 3 wide without cover. Max Mayhem next, followed by deeper out on the course there, First View, Eljanov. Rabat buried away from Paddy Shack, who's trying to get off the fence here. He's cluttered up. Folk Festival to the outside, and last of all, Magnum Opus. Inside the 1,000 metres they travel here, and it's Straight and Level. Leading the way by a half length, Tamrat close enough to strike. DeLorean also handy from Movie Maker. Max Mayhem 3 back the paint from Emperor's Star, who's had to do it double time so far. Favourite having to do a very good effort here late to be winning. Then came Silver Sword, First View, Rabat, Eljanov. Then came Folk Festival with about 8 or 9 to pick up from Paddy Shack and Magnum Opus. It's Straight and Level, the leader from Tamrat, who tries to close. Max Mayhem, Emperor's Star plugging away the outside. Here comes Folk Festival, winding up the outside here. Magnum Opus looks for runs up the inner. Straight and Level, Tamrat, anyone's game. Favourite, no good thing. Folk Festival, the outside though, hunting for 3 for 3. Magnum Opus, the inside, denying him. Magnum Opus dives and wins. A length on the a neck on the line from Folk Festival. Next over, Straight and Level, followed by Max Mayhem, Tamrat, Eljanov. First View, Movie Maker, Emperor's Star dropped away. DeLorean was next from Rabat. Then came Paddy Shack and Silver Sword, the last one home. Magnum Opus. There's a win for Simon and Ed Crisford on the night. Wasn't to be with Tamrat. Magnum Opus has got the job done. Took the short way home. Folk Festival loomed up, looked the winner. But Paddy Dobbs has weaved his way through the inside and denied Folk Festival a three-peat.
Well, delighted to be stood alongside and about to hear from the joint winning trainer, Ed Crisford. Well done indeed. Look, top of the home straight. I had no idea it was that far back. It's only when you watch it back again that Pat Dobbs threads the magic wanders he did. That was quite a watch.
Yeah, we said before we had a bad draw and said to Pat, just ride him for luck, you know, and just if the gap's open, hopefully he'll come through them. But he picked up super well. Yeah, just watching it here, it's great. But what a great ride from Dobbsy.
Absolutely, and you are a hostage to fortune in so many ways. And I guess on the day after what we were talking about beforehand, it's a tonic for all involved to be coming here and having a winner. It doesn't take away what happened yesterday, but it certainly makes today a bit brighter.
No, of course. Getting a winner at the Carnival is always great. So the stable's in good form, so we've just got to keep going.
Top man, well done.
Thank you.
And there you go, Ed Crisford just watching as Pat Dobbs watching it back again, just had to sit and suffer, and suddenly you could hear the intonation in Pat Comerford's voice. It came as a surprise to so many that he absolutely burst through as he did. And there you go, it looked fantastic, and you never know when they do the Ride of the Year awards at the end, that might be on the shortlist.
Certainly
It's
will,
a real
Nick.
thrill ride to watch.
Certainly will, Nick. He won it last season on San Donato, and he'll be looking to do it once again there. A lively contender for Ride of the Season there with Magnum Opus, victorious in the DP World Logistics over 1800. 9:12, 2 and 4. Your numbers, Magnum Opus. Stops the clock in 1:49.01. Margins are neck by 2 3/4. 9:12, 2 and 4. Race 3.
Well done, sir.
Well done. Thank you.
So much. Thank you.
Well, that was an absolutely scintillating ride from the man we're welcoming back in as the winning jockey, Pat Dobbs. He rides the winner out of stall 14 for Simon and Ed Crisford in the colours of Rabba Racing. No strange success in these parts. Your winner of race 3, Magnum Opus. Pat Dobbs weighing back in, and for a good degree of that, it looked unlikely Magnum Opus was going to be troubling the principals, but thread through, absolutely super stuff from Pat. Well, listen, I know you'll be very often self-deprecating about it, but just watching that back again, to thread through like you did must have been some thrill.
Yeah, he didn't travel for the first half of the race, but once I got near Danny turning in, I gave him a little squeezy, completely switched on it, and he showed a brilliant turn of foot. There wasn't much of a gap that he went through, but he was going that well, he was able to get through it. Which time? There were 2 or 3 gaps, but I know the one you were talking about, real estate, was quite short there, wasn't it? The last one, yeah. But when you're on a horse that's going forward, it makes the gaps a little bit easier to get through.
OK, so the natural ability carrying him there, and it must be a thrill for you. I must ask about Ruby Hamilton in the next, because I know that the UAE Oaks has been a tremendous race for Doug Watson. On what she showed recently, she needs a massive step forward, but might we see something a bit better today?
I hope so. She always feels like she holds a bit back for herself.
Okay.
Last day was a step in the right direction. I just hope she can step forward again.
Well, you might have been right of the year you've just done there. You never know. Pat, well done.
Thanks very much.
Correct weight, race 3, the DP World Logistics presented by DP World. 9, 12, 2 and 4 confirmed. Magnum Opus, your winner, 149.01. Margins are neck by 2 3/4. Correct weight.
Absolutely thrilling finish to our third race today. The success going the way in dramatic circumstances to Magnum Opus. And the race was the DP World Logistics Handicap presented by DP World. And I would like to welcome up the latest trophy presenter on the day, Mr. Faisal Al Qasim, Vice President Operations UAE, DP World Logistics. And he's kindly presenting the prize, that lovely trophy, to one of our winning trainers, of course with Father Simon, welcoming up Mr. Ed Crisford. Huge race upcoming. It is the UAE Oaks presented by DP World. Group 3 on the dirt, 3-year-old fillies. It's the road to the Kentucky Oaks as well. 50 bonus points. 50 bonus points if you win this, which would pretty much guarantee you a starting berth in one of the most famous races that there is at the beginning of May. Got to get through today first, but a likely player for this, and the one the market speaks in the direction of, is number 4, Queen Azteca. An epic winner of the Cocoa Beach here last month. She won by 8 lengths, and she holds 6 of these on form. So Niels Peterson, the trainer, who's been an ever-present at Meydan down the years, has conditioned her beautifully. He said that the extra distance is a benefit, and the belief she's getting better and better. And the jockey as well, of the opinion that she's getting better as well. And what she did last time, who are we to argue? That is number 4, Queen Azteca, Carlos Lopez, the jockey. Number 7 is next. That is Salterville Princess even. And she's one of Bupat Seamar's contestants in the race. Reverts to the dirt again. She was one of the also-rans in the Cocoa Beach 2 starts ago. She was beaten a distance by Queen Azteca. And it really was a case of Queen Azteca the first and the rest nowhere. Over on the other side, just getting saddled up, is number 1. That is Aragatu Gosemasu. She ran very, very hard fractions in the early stages of the Cocoa Beach, and in truth, when she was beaten 17 lengths by Queen Azteca, she was legless at the end. I don't think that's a true reflection of her ability, and ride her forward, yes, but maybe that little bit more economically, and I think you're going to get a better outcome. My view is she'll get much closer and might even beat Queen Azteca today, but on the basis of my tipping so far, I'd avoid. Who's the other one? Can't quite see. I'll tell you what, over on the other side, just away from us here, number 2 with that beautiful white blaze. And look at the plaiting as well. She looks great. That is Misty Sea. And she is a bit of a stunner. Nicola Collery already had a bit of a surprise success on the dirt this year with King Gold. This one was 5th, the Queen Azteca in the Cocoa Beach. She proved herself on the dirt that day, and the team were expecting a good run. Last time out, the view was from the Collery camp that she didn't actually travel over that well, so let's see how she gets on this time. Number 3 walks past us now with the red hood on. Here she comes. We'll just give her a little bit of space. That's Parisian Beauty. Big jump up in trip. She switches back to the dirt. She's a maiden after 3 starts, but her form has probably seen her limited enough, really, in the context of this race, so she needs to lift on what we've seen. We've certainly seen a number of the major players, Aragatu Gosemasu, Queen Azteca, perhaps we've mentioned the winner. The market certainly thinks so. This is the UAE Oaks of 2025, and the runners were making a jump at 7:15.
We head to our second feature event on the evening, race number 4, and that is the UAE Oaks for 800,000 dirham, presented by DP World, Group 3 for the fillies. Let's head into the yard. First horse is number 2, Royston French for Nicola Collery. This one here for Guy Pariente holding. The filly by Goken, who was beaten down the track by Queen Azteca, like most were there over the mile in that race on the 17th of January. Royston French jumps on here with the rating of 77. Would need to improve here, out in distance as well to a trip we have yet to see from this daughter of Goken. Top three placings from 9 starts, and as you can see by the nice matching decorations on the mane here, they are certainly making a good bid for best turned out horse here in race number 4. Let's Let's have a look at some of these other fillies who join us here. Here's Arigato Gozaimasu, the speedy filly by Honest Mischief. Bernardo Pinheiro for Sullen Bin Gadaya draws wide again. It's been a bit of a theme here for this daughter of Honest Mischief, drawing off the track. She'll show her usual speed. I doubt we'll be seeing speed, the same sort of speed as last time, where she went sub-11. We are going out in trip this time around 2, so maybe a little bit more of a kinder race from the front here. We'll see her have something on the back end, but for a horse that does like to over-race early and has over-raced early, that may be a slight concern here for those in the corner of number 1. Number 3, Parisian Beauty, the daughter of Kamiko, Richard Mullen for Bupat Seema and Mr. Nasser Asker. Behind Mountain Breeze there on the 31st of January. Has run a little sooner than the rest of these fillies. That was over 1,400 metres. All starts have been over 7 furlongs. So up over 1,900 metres, bit of a different race, and she's a bit of an unknown in this race here for Richard Mullen, who's already picked up a winner for tonight. Number 4, Queen Azteca. Carlos Lopez and Niels Peterson combine, an 8-length winner last time out over a mile. She should relish the extra journey here, the filly by Sharp Azteca. And if he does get a genuine enough tempo up in front, she is the horse to beat. Number 7, Salsabil Princess, Pat Cosgrave for Bupat Seema. Came across from Russia and has had the 3 runs here now. All those have been over 7 and 8 furlongs. Stepping up in trip here, much like the rest of these. We'll see if the extra distance is a plus. Best trip and best performance so far has been over 6 furlongs. So 1,900 metres, a question mark here. Number 6 is Ruby Hamilton. Will 1,900 be her trip here? The filly by Audible. Pat Dobbs for Doug Watson and the Spring Stables. Draws well in 3. Number 8, Tazwaheen, will be a late arrival here for Sky Racing. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish. Second behind Queen Azteca, the eye-catcher behind the winner on that occasion. And the daughter of Mendelssohn will be hoping to run a good race here from gate number 1. Looks the likeliest threat on paper here to the 4 in Queen Azteca. But Nick Lightfoot, as we pass it down to you, as short as 2 to 5 available fixed odds overseas for Queen Azteca. She has been backed as if unbeatable.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I don't know if I'm going to go to the trainer on my left and say that his filly's been so popular on the international market. It's one-way traffic. She looks amazing, Nils, as well. And there's no getting away from the form of last time. She's the one to beat, isn't she?
Obviously, from the last run, she is, and of course, it puts a bit of pressure on. But we're hopeful.
Nice position to be in, though, isn't it? To be the one that is the standard bearer that looked so good last time.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been here so many times and had an underdog, and now we've got a favourite. So it's absolutely a lovely position to be in.
300 metres more today. Is that? I think after last time you were of the opinion that the extra distance would suit. Have you always seen her as being that little bit further in distance than we've seen so far?
Yeah, we've always seen her to step above 16. We have. Yeah. And I think she will see out the trip good here today. And again, you could look at the opponents, and I think she sees it out better than most of them, I would guess.
And since we last saw her in the Cocoa Beach, for you personally, has it given you an extra bit of spice each morning to go out and see her, or certainly get reports on her, whether you've been watching from afar? Have you just enjoyed the process as much as dealt with the pressure?
Of course. I mean, for us, it's a little dream, this. I mean, we're looking forward every day to her, and we're looking hugely forward for today. And of course, it makes it worthwhile coming here year after year. And now we're here with a big favourite. So
we wish you luck.
Thank you.
Niels.
And here is Taz Waheen, the daughter of Mendelssohn, will be a late arrival here to the parade and out onto the course here. And as we mentioned, on paper, probably the likely threat here to Queen Azteca, if any. And the 7 runners now, with the scratching of Reina Rosso, are out onto the tunnel and out onto the course here, ahead of the 800,000 dirham UAE Oaks, presented by DP World.
Well, the one the international markets wants to side with is Queen Azteca, and she's the best turned out as well. Niels Peterson stable star. Well done to William Shah. Mohamed Morsi presenting the prize of 650 dirham to the winning groom. Well done, William Shah, and our thanks to PHI Advertising. Well, she is the apple of her trainer's eye. He absolutely adores her. He feels the pressure, but pressure's a good thing when you're at the top, and Queen Azteca is potentially the racehorse to take Niels Peterson to the stardom here at Meydan, and indeed maybe further afield. Don't forget, 50 bonus points, the road to the Kentucky Oaks. It would almost guarantee you a starting berth. It would certainly go a long way towards it, the 50 points. And the winner of this race today, as part of the series in the tie between Meydan and Churchill Downs, get that link. We will see if it's Queen Azteca. Excellent winner of the Cocoa Beach. The extra distance today, the trainer, the jockey, they believe it's a good thing. Everyone's favourite horse to pronounce, number 1, Arigato Gozaimasu. And she is a very big player indeed. Goes up in trip here. Her 1400 metre debut success in November, it really sticks in the mind. Yes, she was third to Queen Azteca, beaten a long way. But if you look at the way she ran early doors, the figures, the splits they were clocking, they were blistering. And I don't think you're going to see her go as hard this time. Particularly she now steps up yet further in trip as well. She's a good filly. Don't rule her out yet. Number 7 is Salsabelle Princess. She's been ponied down. She's one of Bupat Seamar's runners in the day, and they look for further success after a winner earlier today. Salsabelle Princess reverts to the dirt again. She does have it to do on what we've seen, though. She was thumped by Queen Azteca, as they all were just about in the Cocoa Beach. We didn't see Taswain earlier. Closest pursuer to Azteca, Queen Azteca in the Cocoa Beach. She was 8 lengths behind her. She just kept on at her own pace for seconds to really rally and grab silver medal. My view is that if Arigato Gozaimasu was ridden slightly different, I don't think that this one would have been second, but she still ran to a reasonable level. I don't think she'll have the pace of some of these early doors, but she might be just keeping on. Tazwaheen under Connor Beasley, the daughter of Mendelssohn, whose finest hour came when winning the UAE Derby by a cricket score here half a decade plus ago. Number 3, Parisian Beauty. It's a big jump up in trip. Richie Mullen looking for another on the day. Bhupat Seema looking for another in the day. And she goes in the famous colours of Nasser Askar. She's by the 2000 Guineas winner in the UK, Kamiko. She's a maiden after 3 starts so far. And her form has probably shown her to be fairly limited in the context of this, beaten a distance each and every start. She needs to lift her form in order to figure. 6 is Ruby Hamilton, 4th in the Cocoa Beach. Significant level of form to reverse, almost 15 lengths, but Pat Dobbs very much of the opinion that maybe she keeps stuff back for herself. Maybe she's not absolutely putting it all in. Doug Watson has won this with some nice fillies, Manasek, and 9 years ago, he and I were just reminiscing, the incomparable Polar River, who went on to get beaten a whisker in the UAE Derby. She was the queen of the lot. Quite where this one is at the stage, I don't think she's quite at Polar River's level, but the very fact that she's in the race for this stable, who've got a good record in it, is interesting in itself. So hopefully we see a bit better from her today. Ruby Hamilton, who hasn't been putting it all in, according to her jockey. Let's finish with number 2, Misty C, who looked a picture. Stunning filly. Nicolas Collery, the trainer from France, lowered Laurel River's colours 5 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago even, when winning here. So he's already had that big success on the dirt this season. And Misty C, she might run better than her 5th, the Queen Azteca, last time. She was really quite well beaten, but that was her first go on dirt, and Connections were satisfied that she acquitted herself okay on it. And the team were expecting a better run because, by their own admission, she didn't travel over so well. So she's had more time to acclimatise. So 50 bonus points on the line. The road to the Kentucky Oaks for the Dubai-based horses begins here. Who gets those bonus points? Who wins a classic? A UAE Oaks is just a few moments away.
And the runners are starting to complete the loading process here. We've only got about 3 or 4 left to come up. Ruby Hamilton loads into line, joins Queen Azteca. Parisian Beauty's been brought forward. Here's Arigato Gozai Masu. Certainly a chance in a small field if they're able to get some sedate enough sectionals up in front. Tazwaheen loading away. And the UAE Oaks field are set. Set and racing. And they all jumped as one. Tazwaheen sooled forward. Arigato Gozai Masu brought over in a leisurely fashion. Salsaville Princess will find the leaders back. Then came Misty C. Queen Azteca handy enough from Ruby Hamilton, and Parisian Beauty is out to the end as the field of 7 string out in almost Indian file here, working off the front with 1,500 and change left to travel. Arigato Gozai Masu takes up the lead. Tazwaheen hands up and comes to the outside. Salsaville Princess 3 wide and 3rd from Queen Azteca, who's going to find the leaders back here and starts to slide up the rail for Misty C. And there was 3.5 lengths to Ruby Hamilton and 4 lengths to Parisian Beauty. She's got the mouth open wide here, does Arigato Gozai Masu, as she tries to tear a little bit more leather out of the hands of Bernardo Pinheiro. 3/4 of a length on Salsaville Princess in 2nd. 3rd, Tazwaheen. 4th was Queen Azteca. And 5th to Misty C. Already under a ride, Ruby Hamilton to stay in contact, and Parisian Beauty getting further and further behind as they get to the 800 metres in the UAE Oaks. And it's Arigato Gozai Masu, who's been running even time up in front and seems to have settled once again. Half a length in advance of Salsaville Princess. Tazwaheen flushed out 3 wide. Queen Azteca close enough to pounce here as it starts to open up on the inner. A gap to Misty C, followed there as they get further back in the field to Ruby Hamilton has dropped back through the field along with Parisian Beauty. It's Arigato Gozai Masu, the one to chase. Queen Azteca up for the task as Aragatu Masu finds a little bit more. She's got a bit in the tank here. Aragatu Masu is going to make this a race. Queen Azteca trying very hard to peg away, but Aragatu Masu finding plenty. Aragatu Masu by 4 lengths. Queen Azteca now getting down to work here in the UAE Oaks. Aragatu Masu all out. Queen Azteca inside or outside. Lopez goes the outer and gets there. Queen Azteca right on the line, wins the UAE Oaks over Aragatu Masu. Third over Tazwaheen from Salsabil Princess Misty C. Ruby Hamilton next over Parisian Beauty. What a race! What a race. Queen Azteca gets there in a nick of time. Aragatu Masu looked to have it all sewn up, and Queen Azteca's got there. Carlos Lopez, ice cold, left it till it was almost all too late, and he had to make the decision at the 100-metre mark, inside or outside the filly, and he went to the outer as Aragatu Masu ducked in and goes on to win by 3/4 of a length. Bring on the USA.
Yeah, we've got 4 races to go, but I think we've had our finish and race of the night there. Even after Pat Dobbs' heroics in our previous race, that was a finish to savour, and I think that the crowd here savoured every single moment of it. I feel for Aragatu Masu because she has run a super race on the front end. I don't think she's done anything wrong, but the feeling was the market spoke volumes in the direction of Queen Azteca. She's had to win a bit ugly this time compared to what she did last time, but it was a different race. Aragatu Masu didn't completely stop like she did last time. And with the extra distance, it was a question for Queen Azteca, but she's answered that question emphatically. She is powered to the line. The stride of the second is beginning to shorten, and at the end of those lung-bursting 1900 metres, Queen Azteca wanted it. May the 2nd, that'll be the Kentucky Oaks, surely red ring in the diary for Niels Peterson, who has probably run every single stage of that mentally, along with his filly there. Hopefully going to catch a word with him in due course. But 50 bonus points to take you to Kentucky, the road to the Kentucky Oaks, gained by Queen Azteca. The market wanted her after that excellent win in the Cocoa Beach. What a race it was. Aragatu Masu, as you see on the head-on, began to wander. I think she was getting tired, and it probably felt like running in treacle. But Queen Azteca has breezed by her to gain UAE Oaks success.
Some win by Queen Azteca, goes on to take out the UAE Oaks. 4, 1, 8 and 7. 4, 1, 8 and 7. 2 minutes and 42 minutes, 0.43. Margins 3/4 by 16.5 lengths. 4, 1, 8 and 7. Race 4.
No, y no lo piden ni para también se arrancó ahí. ¿Te cuenta? Ahí se fue encima. Pero le pegan por la muralla en la cara. Sí. Bueno.
Well done, sir. Excuse me. Well done. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I think the crowd are going to show their appreciation for something special, and a fine race it was. The second has come in, yes, vanquished, but she's run her race, Arigotos Gasimasu. She's provided this the test that it was, but a test passed by this wonderful filly coming in. Carlos Lopez, the winning jockey. The winning trainer, Niels Peterson, who shared his thoughts beforehand. You could tell the nerves were there, but he'll feel good now. For Glesner's Racing APS, the winner of the UAE Oaks, en route to the Kentucky Oaks, is Queen Azteca. Just got a quick word with Bernardo Pinheiro, the rider of the second. He said she's not a 1900-metre horse, and she's just run her heart out in second, but she's been passed by the new star, Queen Azteca, Carlos Lopez. Congratulations. You always said she will want the extra distance. She is powered to the line.
Yeah, actually she's very strong. I mean, we was expecting this actually, but the pace went very slow and everything was set for the one in front of me, so he controlled the race very easy. But she managed. She had a big heart, and she really kicked the last 100 meters. I mean, it's a very good feeling.
It's a totally different race to the Cocoa Beach. Did you feel from the word go, from the start, that this was going to be a different test for her today?
Yeah, that's why I kicked it out a little bit to be close, because I was afraid that the horse in front was going to control it very easy. It was nothing to chase her. And so I tried to be close in case. I mean, my filly respond all the time, and that was the only thing I was worried, to not far behind and keep a good position.
50 points, road to the Kentucky Oaks. We've had the garland across the horse there. Are you dreaming of going there in May? If the plan is to go, are you dreaming of the Kentucky Oaks now?
Yeah, I mean, she's a good filly, and she's improving. This filly has no limit. She's a big, massive horse, and so she has so much class, so these horses will bring out a lot more than this.
Carlos, brilliant.
Thank you.
Well done.
And correct weight given in the UAE Oaks, presented by DP World. Queen Azteca takes her crown. 2 minutes 43, 3/4 by 16.5. 2 minutes .43, 4:187. Correct weight in the UAE Oaks.
What a race it was. It was the UAE Oaks, our race 4 on the card, presented by DP World. And they are your 3 trophies to present to the delighted winning connections. So, I would like to welcome up from our sponsors, Mr. Ayub Al-Mullah, Chief Operating Officer, We Won GCC. And they can dream now. They've won the UAE Oaks, and maybe, just maybe, Kentucky is on the horizon. Congratulations to the winning owners of Queen Azteca, Kiri and Tom Glasner. Well done to our winning owners. We spoke to the winning trainer prior to the race. He's dreaming big with this filly, and why not? Congratulations, Niels Peterson. And what about the man who guided her to that success? Clearly, absolutely loves this filly, and as well he might. Carlos Lopez! And please allow me to welcome back in the winning owners and the winning trainer to join the winning jockey and indeed our trophy presenter, Mr. Ayub Al-Mullah, to enjoy the moment, the anointing of a queen. It is Queen Azteca. Well, you can see the big screen. All you got to do is smile for a chance to win. We've got 500 dirham burning a hole in the pocket. We've got to give it away. And it's Faces at the Races, leg 2 of 4 of the evening. And given we had about 7 people to choose from for the first, I think we've gone slightly deeper. Are we allowed to give it to children? I've never read the T's and C's. What about you? No. No? Tricks me as well. I don't know who's coming. Tricks me as well. I don't know. Smile! Smile, smile, smile! Smile, smile, smile! What about the one man at the end who isn't smiling? Oh, he's just about cracked a smile. The least effort, the maximum reward. Faces at the Races. Get yourself to gate 2, the reward centre. It is Faces at the Races, leg 2, and you are our winner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just to put some meat on the bone, some context as to what Queen Azteca just achieved, have a glance at the big screen. The UAE Oaks presented by DP World. This is the data as provided by the extraordinary Race IQ metric system. Have a look at a couple of the figures clocked up by Queen Azteca. Her finishing speed percentage just over 100%. The second wasn't stopping. She was accurate to the line, well judged Bernardo Pinheiro. So what I believe is that Queen Azteca is that little bit out of the ordinary, and what she achieved today was a strong performance to go and win the UAE Oaks, and the data by Race IQ tells us that little bit more.
So let's head on now to our next race. This is the Balanchine, Group 2, 850,000 dirham. And our first horse we're going to have a look at is out a little early. That is number 5 in Ziggy's Dream. Sylvester de Souza will ride for Alice Haynes. And for the owners here in Middleham Park Racing, Liz and Meydan HDR. Draws 5 of 5, coming out of the race against quite a few of these as well, taken out by Schwazia, who we see running again here tonight, hoping to go one the better here, and steps out in trip. We'll see if that improves Ziggy's Dream. Outside of both the 1 and the 2, Ziggy's Dream looks like the most likely horse to run third in the race here. So certainly prize money up for grabs here for Ziggy's Dream in the Balanchine. Number 1 in Cinderella's Dream, clear horse to beat, off the rating of 114, undefeated here at Meydan, and has had a lot go wrong in her run so far and still been able to recover and win. She'll take a power beating here in this race and should get all the luck here from gate number 1 as she returns to the UAE, her happy hunting ground. Here is Ushuaia for Simon and Ed Crispert. Mikhail Barcelona to ride once again, looking to continue on her winning ways after Group 2 victory over Romantic Style. Defying the Godolphin runner last started a short quote. Stepping up in trip here, question mark was the mile, 1,800 metres, another unknown with this daughter of Night of Thunder. So looks the most logical threat here to the top weight. And hopefully we'll see Ushuaia run a good race. Here is the 3 in Easy With Me. Carlos Lopez, hot off the back of the last start victory, looking to last race win, I should say, looking to pick up this win as well for NP Racing. This one here, a 4-time winner, the daughter of Al Kabir. 7 starts, 4 wins and 2 third placings, and was third in that race behind Ushuaia and Romantic Style. Worth some respect. And Ultima is our final horse here, the daughter of Amaron, Veronica Jandova training. Vaslav Janacek doing the riding here for LT Racing. Worthy contender in the field, drawing 2 here for tonight's race, and comes in as the 3rd highest rated horse off the rating of 103. Nick Lightfoot joins Charlie Appleby in the parade ring ahead of the Balanchine.
Yeah, I do, and it's a delight to see an absolute, well, a star really, in the form of Cinderella's Dream, making her first start of the year, and Charlie Appleby alongside. We were just touching on the fact that the only 2 defeats in her life have come at the most exalted level, haven't they?
Yeah, as you quite rightly said, it was the Guineas and the Breeders' Cup. And the Breeders' Cup, to be fair, she was probably just on the day unlucky, but that's how it is on Breeders' Cup trips around there. You've got to have all the luck in the world as well as a good horse. But look, she's come here, she's had a nice little break. You know, I'm not going to sit on the fence and say that she's nailed on for tonight, but she's a class filly in the race. But she's very much, we've brought her here to enjoy the sunshine, get a well-deserved break, which she's had, and sort of start prepping her towards her 2025 season, which will most likely we'll see in America.
Yeah, and I guess leg one of this series, the Cape Verde with Romantic Style, you said that was a bit of a mess, so she's got kind of go and right the wrongs of what happened that day, I suppose, for a stablemate.
Well, hopefully, yeah. But it was only funny enough myself, and when we were talking about it this morning, even Romantic Style, we saw her. She came out there, dropped her back to the 6, and she was a different filly. And she's bred to be that. We tried to stretch her out a few times over the mile, and never really got. Well, we didn't. We've never had the result over the mile. So, I think you'll find actually that the winner there that evening was the worthy winner. I think even on a sensibly run race, we probably wouldn't have beat it anyway.
I must ask very quickly about First Conquest a little bit later, because they keep banging heads against each other, these horses. He's been second the last twice, he's beaten Kifaf, he's been behind Kifaf. I guess tonight's a big chance for him to get that right.
Yeah, hopefully. Look, he's he's been ultra consistent out here, always is. I have to say, I've been away the last couple of weeks and just dropped back here for half term with the kids.
I was going to assistant trainer alongside.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but anyway, just kept us on our toes. But in respects to King Conquest, I saw him there on Tuesday do a bit of work there on the turf, and he is screaming health. I mean, he's jumping around like a 2-year-old, and so he comes here fit and well.
Were he to win today, just lastly, would you see 3,200 metres 2 miles for the Dubai Gold Cup as just being what he wants, or a little bit too far?
To be fair, it's one of those races. Look, as we know, if you're lucky enough to win tonight, you'll probably automatically start thinking towards that. He's here. Yeah. As we know, 2 miles is 2 miles at the end of the day. But round here, you can get those gallops where they don't go mad early doors, and then therefore it will turn into an easily run 2 miles. So that might give him the best opportunity to be able to do it, should we say, over that trip.
I will let you get back to half term. It's always good. Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks ever so much. Good luck.
Right, best turned out ahead of the Balanchine, which is our feature race of the night. Should be seeing something very good indeed with Cinderella's Dream. It has gone the way, though, of number 4, Ultima. Ultima, well done to Bamwar Singh, is our groom responsible. And Mohamed Morsi is presented 650 dirhams, the best turned out check. And our thanks, as ever, to PHI Advertising. It's one happy man. On to the horses for the Balanchine. This is Choisia for the Christfords, who already had a winner tonight, and they look to do the Cape Verde Balanchine double. She bids to become the 9th filly in the 20+ years of the existence of the series, in effect, of the double, to complete the double in the same year. Go Cape Verde and Balanchine. Standing in her way, though, Cinderella's Dream, who, as Charlie Appleby said, is not fully wound up yet, with an idea of taking her back stateside. But if she's near enough at her peak, she'll win today. So Choisia, and there is Cinderella's Dream. It was an uncomfortable experience for William Buick when he came here last March on Super Saturday. The saddle slipped and he had to ride bareback. But she was 20-1 on international markets that day. And whatever the circumstances, she wasn't to be beaten. So Cinderella's Dream is back. Runner-up in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf when last seen. She clocks up some fantastic times. Her turn of foot is very, very good indeed. And we will look forward to seeing her and the others for the Balanchine, named after one of the greats. Here we go, Pat.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. We'll see if Mikhail Barcelona can get away with 14 second-plus sectionals here early in the race like last time. I think not. Same field, minus Romantic Style switching over for Cinderella's Dream. And we're set to go. Away in the Balanchine. They jumped as one here, out wider. Ziggy's Dream works forward along with Ultima. They're going to lead the group early. Swazia happy to hand up now into third position. Up on the inside, Cinderella's Dream fourth, and Easy With Me a closely tight fifth, and would be only 3 or 4 lengths away from the leader, which is Ziggy's Dream, who slips away slightly under Silvestre de Souza as they work down the back here in the Balanchine. So this order very different to the Cape Verde last start. It is Ziggy's Dream by 1.5 lengths on Ultima. Schwazia sits third and just off in the running line. And with Ultima going slightly better, may have to be 3 deep to improve around these shortly. Cinderella's Dream sticking to the fence like glue. And Easy With Me is going to track the short price international market elect everywhere she goes as they swing off the back inside the 1,000 metres in the Balanchine. Ziggy's Dream, de Souza trying to back off the tempo slightly here. 1.25 lengths in advance of Ultima. Her rider takes hold as well to just follow suit. Cinderella's Dream as a result gets closer to the leader. Then came Schweier, who's now got the 1-1 and a little bit of cover through the middle stages. Easy With Me's seen them all throughout. 650 metres left to go. Pace comes back into the event here. It is a 12.47, now 12.39, just clicking it up a little bit more here as they come round in unison in a tightly packed group of 5. Ziggy's Dream, Cinderella's Dream, she comes out in the clear air in the think. Barcelona's tried to get the slip here on Schwazia and has come clear by a length. Cinderella's Dream having to work hard here. Schwazia getting a weight break of 1/2 length here on Cinderella's Dream, who's trying to fight hard here. Schwazia, Cinderella's Dream to the inside, trying to level up. Schwazia's done them dirty again. Schwazia goes on to win, wins the Balanchine by a head, beats home a very brave Cinderella's Dream. Not her day today. Next over, Ziggy's Dream, and then came Easy With Me and Ultima. Wowee, Schwazia. She's defied the royal blue again. Schwazia, Macau Barcelona got going there, tried to catch William Buick sleeping there at the 300 and had enough of a buffer there late to go on and pick out the Balanchine here and claw it away from Cinderella's Dream, whose undefeated streak at Meydan comes to an end. Numbers over, 2 beats home the 1, third across Easy With Me, the 3, and Ziggy's Dream, the 5, runs into 4th. Numbers across, 2, 1, 3, and 5. Schwazia goes on to win a second Group 2 for the season here at Meydan.
Yeah, and she becomes the 9th filly to do the Cape Verde Balanchine double in that same season. A completely different beast of a race, though, from the Cape Verde last time. Let's take on the head-on and hope that it was a clean, smooth way through for both of our front two, Schwazia and Cinderella's Dream, who on first run since November, just perhaps lacking that match practice that Schwazia's got, but taking nothing away from the winner because she's getting better and better. She beat Romantic Star last time in the Cape Verde. A different ride from Barcelona, a different approach, and there you go, absolutely fine. Ed Crisford, a lovely bit of sportsmanship, just shaking the hand of Charlie Appleby alongside. Come on, Ed, you just said Charlie's won enough of these, must have been quite an exhilarating watch.
Yeah, no, it was. It was a different sort of race from the last day, but she settled nice, and you know, she picked up lovely. So.
Was that by design from last time?
You know what? I just said to Mikhail, just go out there and whatever you think's right with the pace of the race. And it looked like there was a bit of pace on early, so he was quite happy just to take a sit. But yeah, picked up really well. Lovely double. Cape Verde Balanchine, that's going to have huge value for her going forward. What might we see next with this improving filly? Who's having a great time out here. Is there anything left for her out here? Yeah, I think we'll have a look. I mean, I'm not sure what there is out here, but we potentially might take her out to America in the spring. She's a good fun filly, and that was a great race to watch. I suppose when they finish like that, it's always nice to come out the other side of it as well and be the winner. Well done for the second time tonight. Thank you.
And the numbers there in the Balanchine, 2, 1, 3 and 5, 2, 1, 3 and 5. Schwazia in a time of 1:48.78, margin ahead by 8 lengths in the Balanchine, 2, 1, 3 and 5.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll agree that we are being treated to some wonderful sport, some great finishes, great rides, and great heroism indeed from the equine and human athletes on show. Mikel Barcelona partners the winner of the Balanchine supplement success in the Cape Verde the time before. For Simon and Ed Crisford, another for them in the colours of Mr. Mohamed Al Nabouda. Your winner is Schwazia. Yeah, great race and made official. William Beale coming back in on Cinderella's Dream, and Mikel Barcelona just doing the same with Schwazia. Another filly to complete the double. Cape Verdean and Balanchine, totally different style this time. Mikel, well done indeed. Different style, same result.
Yeah, exactly. Today was a bit much more pace early on. I was quite happy to sit beside the pace, and then actually the jockey came out, so I could sit behind him. I could give a breath to my filly, and then when we were pretty straight, I asked her to pick up, and she actually picked up very well.
Is that a testament and a praise to her versatility that she can win in different ways, different styles?
Yeah, it's always a huge advantage for the jockey when horses are able to be in different position, and exactly as you mentioned today, she won because she's very versatile at the same time.
Ed Chris has suggested she could be stateside. I guess their versatility, her style of racing will be fine out there. I want to mention what you've got tomorrow, the small matter of the Saudi Derby and Facteur Cheval, the brilliant turf winner. What might we anticipate tomorrow? What might we see from him on the dirt?
I think what we saw first time out here was pretty impressive. We ride him just to get a kickback and to finish the race. It's never easy for European horses to first time out against this quality of horses. Knows Meydan very well. The bend coming quite quick as well here, and he's been able to handle the kickback and finish the race on a nice way. Saudi, the dirt will be a bit thinner, so it would be no issue with the kickback and the wide draw. Good horses a bit everywhere, so need to speak with the connection, but I'm pretty sure it will run a good race.
Okay, well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Correct weight in the Balanchine, presented by DP World, 2, 1, 3 and 5. Correct weight, Schwazia goes on to win, 148.78. Margins ahead by 8.
Our feature race of the night, the Balanchine. A thoroughbred race for the filly and mares, the Group 2, presented by DP World. And it's time now for the trophy presentation. I'd like to welcome up Mr. Shahab Al-Jasmi, Senior Vice President, Ports and Terminals Commercial, DP World GCC, to present 3 fine trophies. And for the first time, or for the first prize of the evening, as the winning owners, please show your appreciation for Hamdan and Maktoum Al-Sabusi. Well done to our winning owners for the second time tonight. Welcoming up one of the winning trainers for Team Crisford, it's Ed. And what about the winning jockey? A great association with this filly, and it's back-to-back wins in the Balanchine. Last year, English Rose. This year, Choisir. Welcoming Mikel Barcelona. And the winning owners, the winning trainer, to rejoin the winning jockey alongside our sponsor to enjoy the moments, pose for a photograph, and enjoy the success of Choisir in the Balanchine. And what about what Choisir has just clocked up on the figures, these excellent metrics, data, analysis tools that we can provide you through the innovation that is Race IQ? Well, Choisir, you'll see right at the top of the graphic, was 5th fastest. In old money, that's slowest away out of the starting stalls. But thereafter, everything she did was on top. She was first of top speed, finishing speed she was the best, average speed and finishing speed percentage, she came out on top in every single one. So it was the right way to win your race. Start slowly, fine, but finish fast.
Race number 6 is our next event on the program. We do head back onto the dirt for this event. It is the DP World GCC for 190,000. Let's head into the yard. One is Arabian Tale, Lorenzo Puzzulu claiming 3 for Bupat Seema and the Chopra family. A winner 2 starts ago at Jebel Ali, breaking through for a nice win. Stayed at Jebel Ali and ran 4th the following start. Returns to Meydan for the first time in 4 starts, and the claim should see him weighted a lot better here from an okay draw. Number 3 is our next horse book review. I'm talking in the preview that he's a horse that does like to pop up once every season, and tonight looks a race he could certainly do that if on song here. Second to Al Yabri last start. That's a very good form line, and well, he's got a slightly wide draw to contest with, but well, he'll be rolling forward, so draw no issue. He'll be in the first few. Number 2 is El Raed, the Dabawi gelding. Ray Dawson rides for Michael Costa. Finds itself in a okay draw of 5. Stepping out here at Meydan once again after running 3rd to Cupid's Dream last time out. Up in trip to 2,000 metres. Hasn't seen this trip in a few starts. Back to Meydan, a question mark here. 4, Tell Me Thunder, comes out a listed company at Meydan back in December of 2022. This horse returns to the races now an 8-year-old entire. Only 7 starts to the name, but off the scene for 791 days. Best of luck to Connections. 5 is Izaj, a winner of his last 2, including the 2,200 metre event at Meydan here on the 6th of December. Hasn't been seen at the track since then. Drops back in trip here, something that we won't see for a lot of these runners. Because most of them are stepping out further. So Izaj, certainly a winning hope, has got plenty of confidence, will take plenty of confidence from those last 2 wins, and certainly looks a winning contender. Hans Anderson is the next one here for Hamid Al Basaidi, Veronica Jandova. Beaten a distance his last couple of starts. Back out to the 2,000 metres here. This time on the dirt, much like 3 starts ago. Has done a fair bit of racing in the last couple of months. Truth Explained was 22 lengths off Guns and Glory, who tore away from them last time out. He's over a more suitable trip. A Group 1 domestic Group 1 winner in Russia over this journey of 10 furlongs. Inner Wisdom ran 2nd to Guns and Glory in that race, albeit beaten 10 lengths. Best of the rest, and should take plenty of fitness from that run. A clear winning hope in the race. Aldasia draws 12 here. Danny Tudhope for Mr. Nasser Asker and Musaba Al Maheri. He's another horse dropping sharply in trip here. 2,400 back to 10 furlongs here tonight. He was a winner at 1,900 at the end of last year. Dubai Welcome was able to pick up a win at Jebel Ali 3 starts ago. Hasn't been seen anywhere near the winner's circle in the next 2 starts. Drawn well tonight, even though this looks a tougher contest. '11 is Gun Crew. Down the track behind Guns and Glory in his Meydan debut. With the experience under the lights here and on the track, he may improve. Patrick Cosgrave rides Perfect Balance, a horse who's had 4 different riders, now 5 different riders in the last 5 starts. He drops back in trip from 2,400. He was beaten a distance by Venetian Style last time out. National Bank is going to find it a bit tough from the wide draw here. Sam Hitchcock for Doug Watson, riding for Dale Brennan. Best of luck to Connections. 15 is our next horse, Al Maroon. Andy Slattery for Bhupat Seema. Beaten a distance over a mile in a weaker race than this. He's having to step up in trip, but gets 54 kilos, so he drops sharply in weight here coming into a stronger event. Last horse we'll see is Classic City, drawn 1. Ernst Ortel owns and trains. Saw his day in the sun 2 starts ago, breaking his maiden at Jebel Ali. Down the track behind Cupid's Dream in a hotly contested race last start. Maybe the extra ground is what he's been looking for. We'll see if he stays the full 10 furlongs on dirt. Runners are about to head out to post. Classic City will be a late arrival, and we'll see him very shortly here as the runners head to the tunnel for race number 6.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Best Turned Out Awards ahead of race 6. And it's gone to number 15, Al Maroon. She's been delivered beautifully. Well done to Shavan Singh. Mohammed Morsi is presenting the prize of 650 dirham. But look, you'll note on the big screen that the level of cinematography has gone up tenfold. It's because we've got a new camera operator. Maktoum Al-Sabusi, not just content with receiving the winning prize after the Balanchine, he is now camera operator extraordinaire. Thanks to PHI Advertising. We've got one or two latecomers, and latest of them, Alexandra de Silva's mounts, Classic City, number 14. His trainer's just watching by, Ernst Ortel. Classic City last to come up onto the track, and will be making his way down ahead of our next race. Classic City, he's got the inside draw in 1. Unexposed really at a trip this far. Was 5th to Cupid's Dream, the most appropriately named Valentine's winner ever last week. So it's a big field, and it's a tricky race to assess and analyse. Number 5 might be the answer for many, because he keeps winning. Ezage, it's on a hat-trick. Sharjah and Meydan wins in November and December. Seem to revel the 2,200 metre distance. Shouldn't have too much trouble dropping back either to 2,000. Ahmad bin Hamash suggested that if the handicapper was too cruel, they could always go back to the grass, go back to the turf, but they are sticking to the dirt. And Ezage is improving and on a hat-trick. Connor Beasley rides. Number 2 is Al Rayed, a likely player on recent form. Won at Jebel Ali 2 starts ago. And was 3rd here to the aforementioned Cupid's Dream last week. Given his running style, I wonder if he'll always look to want the extra distance. He has won over 2,000 metres in the past when he was trained in Britain. Tongue-tie and blinkers combination has been a good move. Al Rayed. And he has been picked by Pat Comerford. Pat has had a winner, which unfortunately is not the case for all. Inner Wisdom is my selection. Still a maiden, and that'll probably stay the case based on the fact I've tipped him. But he is getting better on the dirt, moving into handicap company. Back 200 metres from that remote second behind Guns and Glory last time. Guns and Glory, who was having a paddock school earlier, ahead of being conditioned for a run on Super Saturday next week. And Inner Wisdom could boost his form. Take the winner out from last time, and cliche alert, but he's run a race of real distinction. I think he'll be among the principals, but I've had 5 goes so far and got them wrong every time. Number 3, Book Review. Good old Book Review. He seems to have been around for an eternity. 3 wins around here. He was runner-up 2 weeks ago to El Yabri. He's competitively handicapped, and his record is one that suggests once a season he will strike. He's not all that consistent though. Good old Book Review. Right, number 9, Al Haja. Well beaten the last twice, but maybe discount that because both of those runs have been on the green stuff. Last time on the dirt was a winning handicap run here, and the profile on dirt this season, and from the end of last really, has been one of consistency and progression. So bringing him back to the dirt, and we might get a different horse. Al Haja could win this. They are starting to load. 2,000 metres. And just think Pat Comerford in 6 weeks and 1 day, this iconic course and distance, they'll be doing battle for the biggest one of the lot.
That they will, Nick. Thank you very much. And well, there'll be a few of these runners that would have to find about 15 or 20 lengths to be joining the field. But in saying that, to deserve their right to try and find a piece of the 190,000 here in race number 6 as Aldeja comes forward into line here. Probably about 5 or 6 left to load. Having a look at the international markets, specking at a price for Gun Crew. Inner Wisdom's also been strongly supported, and you can understand why. Local Creator Racing horses have been absolutely flying. They nearly picked up a winner at Abu Dhabi last week. They got winners at Meydan and Jebel Ali. As Hans Anderson loads away, Classic City will come up into one. He was late down to the gates. National Bank. Good to see the colours of Dale Brennan back racing here in Dubai and at Meydan as we get set here, ready to race at the World Cup distance. And gates crash, away we go. Best start of the night. Truth Explained heads back with Gun Crew, his fellow Russian counterpart, in the rear part of the field. Classic City's going to break cleanly and go up to the lead, along with Book Review, who's sold forward. National Bank going to be moved up to the outside under Sam Hitchcock, joining Arabian Tale up in the first four, with Izage fifth. Inner Wisdom ridden for pace early to find that spot, 3 back on the inner. Then came Al Maroom, who's flushed out wider from Perfect Balance. Then came Al Raed, Gun Crew 3 wide with a back. Hans Anderson next from Dubai Welcome, a gap of 4 lengths to Truth Explained, Tell Me Thunder. And Al Deja is out to last as they head to the 1300 metre peg. 10.89, 11.89. So backing it off a shade here now, Bernardo Pinheiro as expected, and leads 3/4 of a length on Book Review. National Bank second, third Classic City getting the gun run in behind, stepping up in class tonight. Then came Arabian Tale, the 1-1, Izage 3 wide and no cover, providing Al Maroom a back. Then came El Raed, followed by Perfect Balance. Inner Wisdom gets close to the fence for D'Souza. Next in running there was Hans Anderson from Dubai Welcome, Gun Crew, half a length to Truth Explained from Al Deja, now up to second to last. And off over 700 days, Tell Me Thunder, as expected, is going back through the field and can't keep up with the gallop. Book Review looking to do it on both ends. Half a length on National Bank, who ended up getting across to sit outside the leader. Izage works up 3 wide. Arabian Tale gets a trail. Same can be said for El Raed, who works around into it at a crucial stage. Inner Wisdom looks for an inside passage with Truth Explained. Dubai Welcome, best of the rest, Hans Anderson, and your last winning contender as Classic City for Ernst Ortel hits the lead here and finds more. Classic City's given them something to chase here, and he's getting further and further in front, extending away here in the DP world, and he's gone on to go clear by half a dozen. Classic City, a maiden winner 2 starts ago, and picks up a Meydan win. Wowee, some win there. Half a dozen lengths on Al Raed. Next over Arabian Tale, followed over by Truth Explained, who got going late. Inner Wisdom, Dubai Welcome. Then came next over in running was Book Review from Hans Anderson, Gun Crew. Following them was Izage from Tell Me Thunder. National Bank dropped away with Al Deja. Perfect Balance, Al Maroom. Ernst Ortel owns and trains Classic City. He has stepped right up in class here tonight, and I'll tell you what, he's found plenty. Shaking his head here, Alexandra Correa, and I think he's as perplexed as the rest of us as to where this horse has found 15 lengths. He has gone on to win by at least 6 lengths, maybe 7 lengths. We'll get the official margins very shortly, but Nick Lightfoot chatting to Carl Ortel the other week, they were adamant that after this maiden win at Jebel Ali, this horse had found leaps and bounds, and well, he's put it on show here tonight. Has Classic City, a horse who's gone clearly to a different level. 2:05.04, 6 by 1.5. Classic City, that's a classy win here by a horse on the up.
Yes, indeed. And there are some fine scenes in the parade ring and winners enclosure in the trainer's own colours. Ernst Ortel alongside. We were just saying he was last down by some way, but he's first back by some way.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was a little bit confident after last week's run. You know, I've been trying to find a race over 2,000 for him, and this race came up. So I was a bit worried about running him back to back, but.
Yeah.
You know, he handled it, and I'm very happy.
Were you always marking time until thinking up in trip and we'll get the best of him?
Yeah, you know, funny, Tagershay gallops him, and he said, you know, when the penny drops with this horse, I think, you know, the sky's the limit, because he's improving, and it has been nice, because we've seen a progression in his nature and his inability, so we're great.
Let me ask you as well, I've interviewed you ahead of Kahela Classics and all sorts, associate you with some great Arabians. How do you enjoy and differentiate the thoroughbreds to the Arabians?
To be honest, the Arabians are a bit more quirky, but this guy's been pretty quirky in the starting gates and everything. So, you know, hopefully we can build on it, and you know, we can try and win a few more with him.
Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Numbers in the DP World GCC: 14, 2, 1 and 10. 14, 2, 1 and 10. Classic City victorious here in the sixth race, 2:05.04, and those margins confirmed 6 1/4 by 1.5 lengths. 14, 2, 1, 10. Race 6.
Thank you. Thank you.
Race number 6 has been ripped apart by Classic City. Punched out to win by Alexandra da Silva, an appreciation for our winning jockey. And what about the winning owner and trainer? Purebred Arabians, thoroughbreds, they all come alike to Ernst Hotel. Your winner is Classic City.
You go back this
Yep.
way.
Thank
yeah,
you.
that has been amazing.
Very stylish.
Yes.
Meydan is a place to enjoy, young, old, and particularly on a special day. Maysoon, the oldest one of the two there, is celebrating her 7th birthday. And to delight the family, we've got her on the big screen. Happy birthday. Having a good day?
Yeah.
And how good is Meydan?
Good.
Right, good. Happy birthday. We've got to go and do a trophy, but congratulations. Come and have your 8th birthday here as well. Meydan's always great.
And correct weight is given in the DP World GCC, 14, 2, 1 and 10. Correct weight, 14, 2, 1 and 10. Correct weight. Classic City, your winner.
Stunning performance. Classic City absolutely romps home in race 6, DP World GCC, thoroughbred race, 2,000 metres and a handicap, which we very much enjoyed. It's time now for the trophy. Welcoming up Mr. Saeed bin Josh, Director Ports and Terminal Commercial, DP World GCC. And a very popular result. A lot of people happy about this. Welcoming up Elishan and the friends of Ernst Dortel. Right, we're halfway there with faces at the races. This is leg 3 of the 4. We've had 2 delightful winners so far. And reminder that if you are lucky enough to win, you've got to smile more than that. If you're lucky enough to win, you go to Reward Centre at gate 2 and 500 dirham is all yours. Oh, the lady in the hat. Sure. No. Have we found one? Oh, actually, do you know what? We had a winner earlier do the heart shape. We can't have that again. Madam, would you like to win? What about you, sir? Would you like to win? Oh, yeah, come on. Have we found our winner? No, we haven't. It's got to be sealed with a kiss, hasn't it? This is our winner. This is you, madam. Get yourself to gate 2. You'll be the finest dressed to head there. I can guarantee you that after the winners so far. Congratulations, you have won Faces at the Races. Right, what a good race this should be. This is the Nadal Sheba Trophy presented by DP World, and this will guarantee you a berth in the Dubai Gold Cup in 6 weeks and a day on World Cup night, the biggest staying race that there is here, if you are to win it. Goya Senora, number 2, was 6th to Kefaf in a key form race here on Fashion Friday, and since finished down the field in a handicap 2 weeks ago. Good staying form in France. Hasn't quite clicked together in the UAE yet. Number 4 is King of Conquest, and Charlie Appleby, I think, just a bit of a glint in the eye when talking about this horse earlier today, and he rightly likes him because he's been a really good horse for all and sundry. He's finished second on each start this season. He was in front of Kefaf and then he's been behind Kefaf, so I guess it feels like it's his turn. There's not loads to find, and if things go completely straightforward, I think he'll win this. Charlie Appleby, a record of 6 wins in the race in the last 7 years, incidentally. William Buick's won 5 of them, so it's a well-trodden path, and King of Conquest, he's been a really good horse and a bit of a consistent pro, be it in Europe or out here. Just needs that win out here. So from King of Conquest, we'll drop back and find number 5, One Smooth Operator. Second start out here. He hasn't got the penalty this time. That could swing it in his favour. He's got a lovely CV. He won a Northumberland Plate in the UK. He won a Geelong Cup. He's running a Melbourne Cup. He was midfield behind Kefaf in the Al Khal Trophy. I think he'll get closer to him this time, and he might be a a likely player for Brian Ellenson. Number 6 is Keys Chorister, whose trainer David Municio is here, and indeed owner, the fairly enigmatic Clive Washbourne. Looking forward to seeing the scenes of this one wins. Beat only one home in the Alcail on Fashion Friday. That was the first run out here. She was quite keen that night, but that's not her best. And as Richie Mullen said earlier, you know, there's no Kyprios in the lineup here because that's the kind of level she's been running at in the UK. She's better than that, and she's got a bit of speed about her as well. Dubai Future, number 1, actually, as he leads them out, he looks all right given he hasn't been seen in ages. We'll finish with 3, Kifaf, and walk along. The dream is the Gold Cup, and winning you're in. He's having a good season, an improving season, and he beat a number of these when giving his rivals the slip in the Alcail last time on what was a massively impressive ride by the world elite jockey James McDonald. So Kifaf bids to confirm form and beats King of Conquest again. We'll see. They're going to do battle once more in a few minutes. It is the 7th race. It's the Nad Al Sheba Trophy presented by DP World.
Runners make their way into the parade for the Nad Al Sheba Trophy. A field of 6 runners heading to post here, over 2,800 metres as we head into the parade. Let's start off with number 1, that is Dubai Future. He'll spot the white cap here for Saeed bin Saror. Silvestre de Souza does the riding. He was 4th in an 85 and up behind Dahabi. That was on the December of 2023. So we haven't seen him at the races for 427 days. He returns to the races here and is first up over 2,800. Big question mark on the runner. Number 2, Goya Senora, the 9-year-old gelding by Enoden. We've got Clement Lecourve riding for Jan Barbaro. He was down the track behind Royal Power over 2,400 last start. He steps up to 2,800 here once again. Last time over this track and trip, he was behind Kafaf on the 24th of January on Fashion Friday. So returning here, slightly better performance over this trip, so the return to 2,800 looks welcomed. Well, a horse who has gone to new heights in recent starts, Kafaf, the 6-year-old gelding by Adler Flug. Ray Dawson rides for Michael Costa, a good-looking horse, an even better-looking man as well. Singh on the hand here as well, so you know that best turned out is potentially going this way very shortly. Kafaf, he is looking to go back-to-back here after an impressive win, defeating King of Conquest, who he backs here, who he races against here once again after that impressive win there over this trip on Fashion Friday. King of Conquest, the 6-year-old gelding by Lope de Vega, William Buick and Charlie Appleby combining here. He was defeated a neck by Kafaf there, and he'll look to turn the tables here. And in a small field, he should get a much more favourable run the 6-year-old gelding by Lope de Vega, who is already eight-time winner from 22 starts, along with 8 minor placings. He's been a very successful horse over the journey, and tonight looks his turn. One Smooth Operator steps out here for his second run in the country. He was beaten 14 lengths by Kafaf there on Fashion Friday. He returns to the races here, and with the experience under the belt here at Meydan, we should see him running an improved race. Connor Beasley rides for Brian Allison out of gate number 1. And KS Churista, the final horse to have a look at. Richard Mullen for David Manuzia, and Clive Washbourne. Beaten a distance over this trip against quite a few of these horses last start. He'll be looking to make an improvement here, but again, much like One Smooth Operator, should appreciate the experience now under the lights at Meydan, and he's already had a run around the track too. So an improved run will be welcomed here by him. The Nat Al Sheba Trophy, only 6 gallopers contesting here as we head into our final group race for the evening. This one for 700,000 dirham. Good luck all.
I'm not going anymore, but I'm like an omen for you.
Hey, Tom, who's he
Hey mate, how are you?
Who's he support? That's quite Newcastle, something like that.
Middlesbrough.
Middlesbrough.
I was in this spot, Newcastle.
He's never even heard of them.
Yes, I have.
Have you?
Yeah, I see.
Oh, okay.
I have.
Oh.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
You tell me.
No, I heard of every team. Who's their striker? The Middlesbroughs? Oh.
Yeah. Her form is far better than any of these anyway.
Keys Chorister is running, which is great because it's an opportunity to speak to her owner, Clive Washbourne, who is here for, she is his first runner in Dubai, second run, of course, for her. Clive, how have you found the whole scene out here?
Well, I'll be honest with you, we think it's utterly amazing. David phoned me up 3 weeks ago and said the way they look after it is utterly believable. He said, I'm sending 8 horses next year. And I said, well, you've got to bring Laura Bay, which is named after Laura over here, who I'm going to marry next month.
Congratulations.
So, to be honest, it's an amazing experience. I'm actually blown away. It's of such a scale. It's unbelievable.
It does draw the breath, doesn't it?
To Sheikh Mohammed, 1, thank you for coming to England to have your horses. Thank you for building this. Utterly amazing. I'm not paid to say this, but my goodness, mate, you've done a great job. And I love bringing my horse here.
So, your way of thanking Sheikh Mohammed, come here and beat 2 of his horses on his home patch?
Well, do you know, she ran really badly 3 weeks ago. 1, she wasn't fit. She just got off the plate. 2, her legs were hurt. 3, she got revved up in front of this. 4, the ground was bloody awful. So I absolutely tell you now, if she's at her best, they won't even see her bottom.
Well, Richie Mullen said to me after his winner earlier, there's no Kyprios. Shit, that's the kind of calibre she's been up against in the UK.
Well, it was. Do you know something? People forget how great that Ascot day was, that Kyprios won. There was Kyprios, there was Trawlerman, there was the other lady's horse, and we were 4th, and it wasn't 2 miles. If it had been proper 2 miles, we'd have finished 2nd or 3rd. And those are the 4 greatest stayers in the whole of Europe. So, I'm not being rude, but if this is a proper staying race, they're all mile 2, 1.5ers. We're going to blow them away, aren't we?
Do you know, I can't wait for her to win the scenes.
And I know it could be a disaster, but I've loved being here.
Yep.
Thank you, Sheikh Mohammed. Amazing country, amazing place. We jump on a plane tomorrow.
Yep.
And if you've lost money on our horse today, I have a bumper horse in the last at Hereford on Sunday that won't get beaten, and it's called Hey McLeod, named by Laura's mum, and it's me, Laura's mum, and my great friend Jack, who's an Arsenal fan, but we'll forget Arsenal. This horse is a machine, and in 3 years we'll win the Gold Cup. All right.
The Dubai one or the Royal Ascot one?
The Royal Ascot one.
Top man. Good luck.
Ciao.
So 6 runners to choose from, whittled down to just 1 for the best turned out, and it is 1 smooth operator for Brian Ellison. Well done to our groom, Nissa Ahmed, who is receiving his prize, or will shortly be receiving his prize. They think of more weird, wonderful, inventive ways to do this. And 650 dirhams is all his. Congratulations to the man responsible for 1 smooth operator, looking so good. Thank you to PHI Advertising. So it's the staying race on the day. Very much looking forward to this race. One of them gets the automatic berth in the Dubai Gold Cup in just over 6 weeks' time, 6 weeks tomorrow. Nice spacing to be able to go to this and hopefully get there fit and healthy for the big one on the 5th of April. King of Conquests, Kifaf, they know each other well. Keys Chorister and 1 smooth operator, they bid to reverse the form. And a nice race. The stayers in action. Longest race of the night. Here's Pat.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, penultimate event of the night. This one for 700,000 dirham as Kifaf loads away and the runners are set. And the gates crash. King of Conquest was one of the first to break into stride here, staying off the course at the moment. Working through was Keys Chorister, along with 1 smooth operator, Divine Future. D'Souza taking hold to head over to the fence from Kifaf, and then came Goya Senora, who's last of the 6 as they head down past the 100 metres. And a lap of the track to travel, with Keys Chorister taking up the lead by 1.5 lengths. Leading the way from King of Conquest in second. Third now was Kifaf, who's up into the 1-1 and tracking the right horse. And 1 smooth operator sits 1 back on the inside. from Dubai Future, and Goya Senora is last of the 6 and probably 5 or 6 lengths away from the leader, which is Keys Chorister, as they make their way down off the front section of the course. 2,100 metres left to go. Keys Chorister out now by 2 lengths. Into second was Keys King of Conquest. Third, One Smooth Operator, shaded by Kafaf. There was a length and a half back to Goya Senora, who's now up to second to last in the running line, and Dubai Future is last of all. Keys Chorister rolls them along here. Sections up 12.87, 12.89, 12.70. So running at a steady clip here is D'Souza as he heads out on Richard Mullen as he heads out onto the back part of the course here in search of the mile, and he's out by 4 lengths, just sliding away from the rest of the field here. King of Conquest with the job of towing the rest of them up. In second, 2.5 lengths back to Kafaf, followed by One Smooth Operator, Goya Senora, and Dubai Future is last. Keys Chorister inside the 1,350, continue to rolling them on here. Mullen's done this a couple of times throughout the season, and it's almost paid off for him last time around. He's half a dozen clear of King of Conquest. Keys Chorister running and not overdoing it up in front either, getting away with nice sectionals, now just into the low 12s as they come towards the 1,000 metres. He's 4 lengths in advance of King of Conquest, who hasn't breached the margin at all yet. Kafaf third, fourth, One Smooth Operator, 2 lengths to Goya Senora, and half a length to Dubai Future as they now start to pack ranks. King of Conquest brings the rest of the field up here. Keys Chorister leads by 3 lengths now. King of Conquest second, Kafaf up to a clear third now, 3/4 in advance of One Smooth Operator, a length to Goya Senora, and now 3/4 of a length to Dubai Future, who's now starting to tail off as Keys Chorister is now leading by about a length as King of Conquest gets closer. Kafaf shaken up out deeper. One Smooth Operator next. Dubai Future still with something to offer here up on the inside looking for runs, and Goya Senora's out wider. King of Conquest the leader. Keys Chorister. Dubai Future needs a run. One Smooth Operator next. From outside was Goya Senora and Kafaf. Dubai Future working through here. First up off the long break. Could this be the run and the drought coming to an end here? Dubai Future coming clear. Saeed bin Saror, welcome back to the winner's circle in Dubai. 4 lengths on the line. Godolphin go 1 and 2. King of Conquest second over. One Smooth Operator third. Fourth over Goya Senora, followed by Keys Chorister, who dropped away to run 5th, and Kafaf was last of the 6. One of the great names in UAE racing. It's been too long since we've seen him in the winner's circle and getting winners everywhere else. He's had a great season over the winter period here in Dubai, over the winter period with winners there over the summer period rather, with winners in the UK, and he had winners in Qatar over the season as well. But great to see Saeed bin Saror, and I'm sure an elated Saeed bin Saror as we come back into the parade ring here. Dubai Future returning to the races here for the first time in over 400 days. He was absolutely bolting. Silvestre D'Souza with a plan in play, stayed to the inside, needed the run, and it was executed to perfection. 2:57.55 winner's time, 4 1/4 by a half length. Numbers 1, 4, 5 and 2 in the Nat Al Sheba Trophy over 2,810.
Goodness me, Godolphin with it, not one necessarily we thought, and he has one on the bridle. Dubai Future, the sprightly 9-year-old, who won here first up in 2020. The world's changed a bit since then, goodness me. Dubai Future going through as he likes to win this. Silvestre D'Souza back in the Godolphin blue. It's a 1-2 for the boys in blue as well. King of Conquest seemingly the first string for the owners, well in its wake in second. One Smooth Operator third, Goya Senora fourth, Kafaf fifth. Keys Chorister having cut out the running and not beating one home in the end. A different tactic from her on the day. But Dubai Future, a horse who finished second in this 5 years ago. They campaigned him as a Shima Classic horse after that. He's had many different dawns, this horse. He's been very much a versatile, mixed campaign horse, but on his good days, he's very, very good indeed. And given we've had to wait since festive Friday 2023 to see him, it's been a case of where have you been? This is a race Saeed bin Saror has won 4 times since its inception back in 2011. You can make that 5, and assuming he doesn't bounce, they'll love to get him there on April the 5th for the Dubai Gold Cup. Dubai Future hacks up.
And the margin there, 4 1/4 lengths officially, 4 1/4 by a half length. Numbers across the line, 1, 4, 5 and 2. 1, 4, 5 and 2. Dubai Future in a hand canter in the Nat Al Sheba Trophy, presented by DP World. 1, 4, 5 and 2.
Well, 400 odd days off the track, worth the wait. It's Sylvester de Souza. He's having a very big season. Thumbs up. We'll be grabbing a word with him in a few moments' time. Saeed bin Saror, the winning trainer, and the owner's Godolphin, your winner of race 7, and that guaranteed berth in the Gold Cup is Dubai Future. Sylvester de Souza, all smiles, and he's having a very good time of things. A number of winners in recent times, which puts him in hailing distance of that man Tiger O'Shea, not in action tonight, but he's had a winner, and a good winner, with Dubai Future. We'll get a word. Sylvester, of a 9-year-old returning 400 plus days and wins like that, that was awesome.
That was brilliant, yeah, and obviously he traveled a little bit with a choke out, you know, and but you know, when from the 800, every time I take him back, he wants to go forward, and I thought, I think I'm gonna have a good go here, and he won as I like.
Did he feel like, I don't know how much association you had him in the past, but did he feel like one that he's had a very good record fresh, and I just wonder whether next time, but I guess if he's in the same form, he'll run well in the Gold Cup, won't he?
I hope so. He gave me that impression. He could be a Gold Cup horse, and obviously he carries headgear today, but I don't think it's necessary to have them on, and he needs to relax a little bit more during the race. I think if we remove the cheek pieces, and it will be beneficial for the horse, you know.
I must ask about you and these colours. Great association in the past, and your big smile there, you know, riding for Saeed bin Saror when it was your retained job. Does it feel a little bit like a nice blast from the past?
Of course, bringing memories back, and we have special moments together, and but no, it's just I'm thrilled and to put them colours on like Your Highness and Sheikh Mohammed. So it's just a pleasure to.
Last question, Sylvester. After the form that you've been in, you're in touching distance of Tiger O'Shea and the championship out here. You've won championships elsewhere. Is that in your mind now, winning the championship out here?
I love to, and obviously Ty got a big ammunition. He got a big number of string of horses to ride, and but you know, I just want to break in the day with a winner.
Well done.
And correct weight in the Nat Al Sheba Trophy is given 1452, 145 and 2. Dubai Future victorious 257.55. Margins 4 1/4 by a half length. Correct weight, race 7.
Dubai Future rolls back the years. It proves that there's still plenty of life in him to go and win as dominantly as that, in great style, to win the Nadal Sheba Trophy, turf race 28 and 10, presented by DP World, and a group race, a trial, a win and you're in for the Dubai Gold Cup. It's time now for the trophy presentation, and I would like to welcome up from our kind sponsors, Mr. Mohammed Hassan Mahmood, Vice President Commercial P&T, DP World GCC. And for the 12th time since the inception of the race, Dubai Future has provided owners Godolphin with a winner. And on their behalf, please show your appreciation for Mr. Tony Howard. And for the 5th time, welcome up the winning trainer of the Nadal Sheba Trophy, conditioning Dubai Future to win after 427 days off the track. It's Saeed bin Suroor. And for the 2nd time in the history of this race, Sylvester de Sousa rides the winner for Saeed bin Suroor. 11 years after Cavalryman, it's now Dubai Future. Sylvester de Sousa, your winning jockey. I'd like to welcome back the winning owner, the winning trainer, to join the winning jockey and indeed our trophy presenter to enjoy the moment after Group 3 success, feature Carnival success for Team Dubai Future. So for the 5th time in the history of the race, the Nadal Sheba Trophy, Saeed bin Suroor has trained the winner, Dubai Future. 427 days off the track, Saeed. We haven't seen him in a long time. Congratulations. What was the reason for his absence?
He had setback, and you know, give him a break. The horse is doing good as last 2 months when he started coming to Dubai, and he worked in the morning. He looked really well. Then you know, the time he started working, exactly last 2 pieces of work, he worked well. He won the same trip, same race last time. Then we said, let's go to give him a chance again. I talked to Sylvester as before the race. He has always his keen. He liked to lead from front. I said, no, this time sit last. At least, you know, give a horse a chance after a long break.
Is there ever a danger in your mind when you think he's an older horse and maybe if he's had a setback, we don't worry about getting him back on the track? Or did you always think there's more from him, more unfinished business?
He's a horse, he's a solid horse, always try his good. Yeah, I mean, always when you give him a break and you bring him in the right time with the right trip, right race, he won the race.
He was once upon a time running in Shima Classics, but now he has the automatic entry to the Gold Cup. If he's in the same sort of form, he'll run his race, won't he?
I hope he stays the same, but the horse is doing good as 2 miles with the same position. I think he have a chance to run well in the race.
Saeed, after the success you've had, 9 World Cup wins, no one else comes close to that. How much do you still enjoy these carnival nights? Winning races like the Nadal Shiba Trophy, which you've done many times, does it still give you as much of a buzz, Saeed?
You know, in the stable only now we have 20 horses. Yeah. It used to be in the old days 250 with the quality. These days, sometimes you have luck to find a horse, maybe to be a group horse. But in the stable now, there is no horse. He's a group horse in the stable. You know, as winner, as Passion Glory in the past, he won a listed group. Also this one, but there is usually in the old days we have Group 1 runners or Group 1 horses. That time is gone. Yeah. And sometimes you have luck, maybe Moj, to win a classic race 2 years ago with 1,000 guineas. Moj, the filly in Newmarket.
She was amazing.
But that's one from whatever. You have to be really lucky to find a horse to be a superstar. You know, still I enjoy it really a lot. My team also, they work hard, and the time here in Dubai, it is short for the horses. I mean, you have to be in handicap to run them in the right trip. Otherwise, there's no chance for them. You see better horses, they run in the same race. Yeah. But when you take them back to England, then more options there, and that's better options to win more races there for us in the UK.
So because you are in a different stage of your training career, and you said you have fewer numbers now, when you think of the achievements and the huge team and the Group 1 horses, does that make you proud? Are they special memories when you think back, therefore?
I'm still positive for the future. It doesn't matter what happens now. As in the future, I'm still looking good, and I think...
Do you want to build the squad up again?
Maybe one day things will change to good.
You said that Dubai Future is old like you, but I get that feeling that there's still a lot of life to be given and a lot in your career you want to achieve.
You know, in this game you have to be very patient. And, you know, I'm now in the UK 31 years.
Does it feel it?
I love it.
Yeah.
As in UK, I love it. Racing there, I love to stay there. Racing there is class, the best country in the world as in turf. And racing, it is UK.
So in every spring, do you still have as much appetite? Do you still have as much of a dream for what might happen in the UK and abroad each flat season?
I'm always keen to go back to UK. Saturday, tomorrow, early morning, I'm going back to Newmarket. As every month, I'm traveling back from, as in the winter. But when I go back as there in Newmarket, I stay there for 7 to 8 months. I really enjoy it and love it.
We will look forward to what the next stage brings. Saeed, well done.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And we head into the last. It's the Jebel Ali Port, presented by DP World. Let's head into the parade and join our first horse. And that will be number 1 in Al Arbed, Sylvester de Souza, looking to get the last 2 winners of the day. He rides this one for Mr. Nasser Askin, Masaba Al Mahiri. Dropping back in trip and onto the dirt here. Hasn't been seen on the dirt over 6 for 4 starts. He'll be hoping to improve here off the recent runs. Turf races have not been too successful, but he does drop to an easier race from last start. Number 2, Military Artist. Sam Hitchcock for Fauzi Nass and the victorious team. Beaten a distance by Cupid's Dream last time out over the mile. Drops back in trip here to the 1200 metres. This is the sharpest trip we've seen him over in quite some time. Number 3, Pen Portrait. His last couple of starts haven't gone to plan, that's for sure. Can get a bit flighty in the gates. Gate 14 is going to make it a little tough, but the stable have had 2 winners tonight, and they'll be looking to go and win this one here. Pat Dobbs in the saddle on Pen Portrait. Sadid, Jules Mobian has had to wait around all night here. He had a whip runner in the first here for the stable. He's riding one in the last as well, and hopefully Sadid goes just as good. He would need to improve on what we've seen the last couple of starts, even though he does also head to an easier contest. 5 is Action Points. The gate says that he'll get a much more kind run in transit, and hopefully that sees him race better here. Despite the fact he's been down the track his last few, he's a each-way contender here and could make a chance and make a challenge for the top 3. Border Edge will be slightly inconvenienced by gate 12 here. He steps out in trip after running over 5 at Jebel Ali last start. Bark Al Emirat was a good winner by 3.5 lengths over this track and trip last start. He finds a similar race here. He does have to overcome a slightly wide draw here in this event, so he will need to be quick out of the machines. Out from under will get fitter as he continues on his racing career. He's back to Meydan here, where we saw him first up over 1200 metres. Third up here, hopefully fitness now a little bit better. He has drawn slightly wide, but coming to the right part of his campaign to put his best foot forward. Skyhawk was down the track running 10th last time out. He comes to an easier contest and steps out to a more suitable distance. Smart System led all the way over 1400 in an easier race. Whether he's got the speed to lead here, we're not too sure, but up in grade and will need to be fast out of this to utilise his gate. Pipes and Drums draws the ace here. He's yet to break through for a win, but one could say that he didn't get the runs when he needed to last time out in his Meydan debut. Expect an improvement. Sarum would have to improve on his 3 Jebel Ali runs to date. Maybe a flatter surface might be more kind to him, as well as a good gate, but again, hasn't performed in maiden company and coming up tonight against proven horses. (14) Klimt Street for Kays Al Basadi and Salman Al Sabri draws a good gate. Another maidener, though, who is yet to open his account, makes it tough to follow. Camden also drawn wide on the track, yet to break through in 15 starts. Will find this tough. That's our runners for the Jebel Ali Port, a rating 60 to 80 over the 1200 metres here on the dirt surface. Our final event tonight at Meydan, runners heading to post.
Okay, last time of the 8s, it is best turned out final race time, and it has gone to number 2, Military Artist, who looks stunning. Well done to Wasim Ahmed, the groom, and thank you for stepping in as well to Mohammed Jr., who is providing the winning cheque of 650 dirham to our winning groom. We go with thanks the 8th and final time for their continued support here at Meydan to PHI Advertising. What an outstanding orchestra we've got here. A band, sorry, playing when the Saints go marching in. A little bit of a surprise. And they are the musical accompaniment to horses going down for the last race of the 8. Horse number 10, that is Smart System, Connor Beasley. He's in good form. Runner-up to Buck Al Emirat, 2 starts ago, and 1 here next time out. Excellent front-running ride from Bernardo Pinheiro. Drops back to 1200 metres again, but a replication of that would see him go absolutely fine. He's got to reverse the form with number 7, Buck Al Emirat. They are resaddling horse number 5, Action Point, who actually, I think our commentator's got a sneaking suspicion for. Pat's pick, yeah. Who am I to argue with a man who's trained a winner, or ridden a winner, or whatever it is, packed a winner today, from someone that can't find anything. So yeah, good luck, Pat. Action Point being resaddled. Really competitive 1200 metre dirt race this. And number 10 as well, Smart System. So 2 of the horses we've mentioned are being resaddled prior to the start. Right, this is my selection, Pipes and Drums, number 11, Xavier Ziani, who is, there you go, I'll let everybody show their appreciation for the band. And Pipes and Drums, it's the second start out here, missed the break, rushed up, probably did too much, showed a load of pace. And that was the UAE debut last time, so he's back in trip. I think that's a good move, and if he's not slow out, I'm really fascinated to see what this half-brother to the UAE Guineas winner can go and do on his second start on the dirt. Number 1, and that is Al Arbed. 1 from 18 is the career profile, dropping back in trip. Back onto the dirt again for the first time in a few runs. Sole win actually did come on the turf, by the way. Just squeezes into this with the dirt rating right at the north end of the handicap. He's a pacey horse. He gets good and prominent early, but he's an infrequent winner, Al Arbed. 4 Sadid, surface swapper, down in trip as well. Needs a bit of a return to where he was a couple of years ago, admittedly, which in all likeliness might be a bit of a question. But we'll see with Sadid, who's one of the players for this. Pen Portraits, we can have a quick look at. Pen Portrait, who could run all right. Returns to the dirt. Sharjah winner back in December. Beaten favourite here a couple of starts ago. Had a slow start that day. That was behind Barkal Emirates. Never really travelling either. These are colours we've seen successful today. Rabba Racing. Definitely worth another chance on the dirt. The draw's wide, but if he doesn't break too badly, he can slip in under Pat Dobbs. And Pat's given us the ride of the night to go and win on Magnum Opus earlier today. There is number 7. That is Barkal Emirates. Taking winner here back in early January. And that form bang tidy. Smart System. Come out and won and reopposes today. A couple of horses have run really well from in that as well. That was quite a formful race. Had a nice setup that day. A good draw. Not a terrible draw here either. Went up 5 points in the ratings, but he deserves it. And it might get underestimated. Barkal Emirates, a big player. We shall see. I've got that sneaking fancy for pipes and drums. The tongue-tie and cheek pieces go on. They're looking to bring out a few different tricks to get this horse running that much better than last time. And he bids to arrest the slump of 7 successive losers. So on that note, to a man who's had a winner and some belting calls as ever, we'll go up with thanks for the final time to our big race caller, Pat.
Thank you very much there, Nick. It's been an interesting night, hasn't it? An exciting one as well. Some super tight finishes. And, well, this one is as open as ever. I think if you like something, take a pick. I don't think anyone could talk you out of anything in this race, to be fair. Pen Portrait, Smart System about to come up into line. They'll go very fast here. And Smart System, the last start winner, takes his place. Military Artist will be the last one to load forward for Sam Hitchcock and will be set to go. Nice big field to finish the night here. The last from Meydan. Set and racing. Smart System broke cleanly. Camden, Pipes and Drums out fast, along with Action Point, who's in the mix as well. Skyhawk there also. Then came Sarum from Al Abed. Pen Portrait deeper out from Border Edge. Klimt Street 2.5 lengths to Military Artist, back to 4th to last. From out from under, 2nd to last, Barkal Emirates. He may have missed the kick, and Sadid is last. Down the back they travel here. Pipes and Drums is going to work through to the lead here. Going up to sit clearly in front for Ziani. Half a length in front of Smart System, Action Point, and Sarum's in behind. Camden out wider, working hard from Skyhawk. Pen Portrait getting mobile out deeper. Al Abed next. Klimt Street will hunt for an inside run. Border Edge next from. Then came Military Artist. Barkal Emirates with a big job to do from out from under, and Sadid. It's Pipes and Drums and Smart System. Pipes and Drums and Smart System go to battle here. Smart System going the better at the moment here, coming clear from Pen Portrait. Camden, Pipes and Drums can do no more. Smart System, the one to chase here. Pen Portrait with potentially the job to get him down here and chase him late, but Smart System makes it back-to-back wins, and he goes clear for Connor Beasley in the last. A nice confidence booster for Saudi for the jockey tomorrow. 3 lengths in advance of Pen Portrait. Camden next over from Al Abed, Barkal Emirates. Then came Pipes and Drums, Action Point. Next over, Sarum from Sadid, Klimt Street, Skyhawk, Border Edge, Military Artist, and out from under was the last one to greet the judge. Smart System goes on to win. Up in class tonight for Ali Al-Badwawi, and well, he jumped onto the speed and he said goodbye to them at the turn. Pipes and Drums could not match motors with him in the late stages, and he goes on to win by 3 lengths. Smart System, too classy for them. 1:12.07. The winner's time, unofficial margins 3 by 1.5. 10, 3, 15 and 1. 10, 3, 15, 1. Connor Beasley with those 2 rides tomorrow. He'll partner Baraka and we wish him the best of luck, along with Golden Vekoma in those 2 races tomorrow. So exciting times ahead here for the English jockey, who's taken out the 2 main features at Abu Dhabi. He's had a great season here, right up the top of the premiership all season, and has been contending much like last season with all of the top jockeys here. Smart System victorious in the last in the Jebel Ali Port, presented by our wonderful sponsors for the night. A big thank you to DP World.
Echoed, and a performance fit for a king. Smart System, what a good horse this is turning in to be. He reversed the form with Bark Al Emirat, who admittedly was on the back foot from quite some way out, and that might be a scratch run from the gates, but he can travel at pace, and it doesn't seem to matter whether it's 14 or 1200. Smart System is just in really good form. Dropping back to 1200 metres, a replication of the last 2 runs would have doubtless seen him go close, and he's probably put in a personal best. The visor worked well last time, understandably still on, and Watcham corner off the pace-setting Pipes and Drums. He was in the box seat to go and win his race. Good ride, Connor Beasley, and echoing everything that Pat said, he's having a super season. Might still be that big threat to Tygo O'Shea, both him and Sylvester de Souza on the score sheet. 2 riders who are going to want to keep Tygo honest all the way to the line for the Jockeys Championship. Pen Portraits, he finished 2nd, emerging out of the pack, but was a few lengths back and a few widths wider than our winner. He's finished 2nd. Kamsin was 3rd. Al Arbed, in the end, stuck about for 4th, or got up for 4th. Bark Al Emirat doing something similar as well, but the bird had flown. Pipes and Drums, having cut out the running, could offer no more, finished 6th. And Action Point was back in 7th. But Smart System it is, who has won our 8th and final race and is on the improve.
Numbers in the last 10, 3, 15, 1, 10, 3, 15 and 1. Smart System, your unofficial winner, 1:12.07, 2 3/4 by 1.5. 10, 3, 15, 1, race 8.
Thank you, my friend.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers.
Tell him now. Well done, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now he's only improved. Don't bring him back.
And there is your 8th and final winner. Who knows? Might not be the last time we see him with the winners' enclosure at Meydan this season, or indeed beyond. Connor Beasley riding the winner, the son of the factor for Ali Al-Badwawi and the owner Semen Boyarov. The winner is Smart System. Yeah, big 24 hours ahead for Connor Beasley, as well illustrated earlier, articulated by Pat Comerford, was saying about Baraka and also Golden Vekoma. We'll come to that. But Smart System, Connor, for the time being at least, this fella's really getting his act together. The Vise has been a good addition, and it doesn't seem to matter whether it's 1400 or 1200. He can lay up, and he's got pace.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, obviously first time I've had anything to do with him. Bernardo Pinheiro won on him the last day, and obviously showed plenty of speed. You know, so he travelled away around there good. And I knew once I pressed the button there, he'd stay all the way to the line. And no, he did it nicely. Give me a good feel. And you know, he's obviously a horse on the up, so delighted for all connections. And yeah, I think he'll be a nice horse going forward.
It does look that way. Look, while we've got you, big season you're having, and it's impossible to get away from tomorrow. And I want to talk about the Saudi Derby and Golden Vekoma. There are runners from Japan, from Ireland, from America, but knowing this fella as you do, and I know that you wouldn't necessarily wax lyrical about horses all the time, but your comments on this horse have always been of the highest order, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. You know, when we first started with him this season, he was showing great potential as a good horse, and, you know, he trialled really well, and then sort of he's won his last twice there now, and, you know, the manner he's got, and he's got a manner of a good horse, and yes. You know, he's going over there, obviously running tomorrow in the Derby, so we just, you know, we need a little bit of luck on our side. Obviously, it's a big race, big step forward, but at the same time, he has every right to be there, and you know, really excited. I'm really looking forward to him. Really, hopefully, he can perform to his best, and you know, show everyone what we think we've got.
How much have you had to do with him since that day 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, obviously, I'd ride him out daily. Between me and another lad in the yard, but no, plenty time spent with him, and yeah, always keeping an eye on how he's getting on. Obviously in there every morning, so you know, it's good teamwork from the whole team, and you know, we knit it together like a family. So you know, it'll be a big achievement if we could go and do the job tomorrow, but you know, we're there to take our chance, and hopefully he can put his best foot forward.
Top man, Connor, well done.
Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Connor Beasley. Correct weight given in the Jebel Ali Port, presented by DP World. 10-3-15-1, 10-3-15-1. Smart System, too good for them in the last. 112.07. Margins 2 3/4 by 1.5 lengths. 10-3-15-1. Correct weight, race 8.
So for the 8th and final time, and our final race here at Meydan in February, it all hots up from here on in. It was the Jebel Ali Ports, and it's the Thoroughbred Handicap presented by DP World, and won in fine style by Smart System. Time for the final trophy presentation of the night. So I'd like to welcome to the stage, with our thanks, Mr. Khalid Al Ali, Vice President Customer Care and Business Process Improvement, DP World GCC, and thank you very much indeed to DP World for their excellent and generous sponsorship of the night. And along with trainer Ali Al-Badwawi, I'd like to welcome up Nikolai Tarabukin. Congratulations wholeheartedly to all responsible with the brilliant Smart System. Well, I hope some people have stuck about. They have. Fourth and final Faces of the Race is the evening. 500 dirhams all yours. Is that you'd like to go to the Dubai World Cup? You'd have 500 dirhams in your pocket if you smiled. No. Further down. Come on. Come on. We had a winner from down that end earlier. We've just got a slight grimace out of the man. Who's going to win it? You've got to look at the camera. There you go. Can we give... No, I was going to give him the winner. What about the guy that's asleep? Go back to... There's a man asleep. How can you fall asleep? Oh, come on. Unless this is the greatest ruse ever and you think I'm going to win. Right. I think everyone needs to go home. Let's find a winner. Come on. You have won Faces at the Races! Well, that was a thriller minute. 8 races, some tremendous Well, some tremendous finishes, some great competition. Some of the performances, human and equine, were excellent. We had some surprises. I think it's fair to say that when we previewed it, this is not the review I thought we'd be doing.
No, not at all. I mean, a couple of the horses that we thought were guarantees got beat.
Yep.
As we said, can happen at this season more so than most. We've seen so many shorties go down. I mean, it's good. I mean, it's good for competitive racing. It means that the clear-cut horses aren't winning all the time. But look, I mean, I didn't expect to be only tipping one horse tonight. I thought there was probably at least 3 or 4 on there that you'd say, okay, cool, and then hopefully I can pick up a couple more. But wasn't to be. I mean,
no, and I deserve every bit of the fact that I gloated about being top of the tipping league when I'm now no longer top, having drawn a blank. You get what you deserve, don't you?
Hey, well, guess what? I said I've dropped the M word tonight as well in the preview. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to own it when you do.
Cinderella's dream was a certainty.
Cinderella's dream, I said, was a moral, and it wasn't to be.
No.
So, I mean, that's just the way that it is. There's no such thing as certainties, not in horse racing especially. But look, I mean, what a performance by Schwazia to do it again.
And a different style.
Yeah.
And after yesterday, that horrific news, things, I'm really pleased for the Crisfords that, yes, it doesn't bring their really good horse Poker Face back, but it would have meant something special today that they won 2 big races.
100%. And I mean, they've been able to get up for 2 connections tonight. I mean, Raba Racing have been wonderful for the yard, and Magnum Opus was a great performer for them.
Great ride.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, you go back to the ride on Schwazia. I mean, this is why Mikhail Barcelona continues to be, classed as one of the world's best riders. I mean, just tactically, he knew that he had to get going if he was going to come round 3 wide, because William Buick was going to get that run up the inside, and he just had the momentum going into the straight. And well, you have to have a good filly to be able to sort of keep going when the pressure comes on. But I mean, he gave her the opportunity to be tough and gritty, and she was.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Cinderella's dream, just 3 months off, maybe the push button acceleration that she does have, and I'm sure will continue to show, maybe it's just slightly rustier.
Yeah, look, I mean,
the other one had the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie was adamant before. He said, the horse isn't obviously at 100%. They've got bigger targets on the cards, I think when I'd be first put my hand up and say that I thought a 70% or 80% strong Cinderella's dream was going to be good enough. I mean, I think on level terms, had they come into the race, I still think Schwazia probably would have had the better of her, even though I think the ride on Schwazia won the race. I mean, it was a very, very tactful. I mean, we saw some great steering tonight. I mean, Pat Dobbs has probably got potentially Magnum Opus has probably sealed him the back-to-back wins in the ride of the season. It'll be tough to top. I mean, Queen Azteca in its own right was a great performance by Carlos Lopez. I mean, it was just patient. And as I said after the race, it was just ice cold. I mean, he backed the filly to do what she does best, and the data shows that he was saving her for that one big effort, and she went better than 100% in the final part.
Right.
So.
We are done, and next week you can put your feet up on Friday and relax.
Yeah.
Can you? Actually, it's probably racing somewhere else, isn't it? Right.
Yeah.
But next week, it's not Friday, it's Saturday. It's Emirates Super Saturday. I will be back, looking forward to that, and it is kicking on into the final few meetings here at Meydan before, of course, the big one on April the 5th. But a massive Saturday to look forward to next week. Pat, I will see you then, and
Looking
hopefully see plenty of you for Emirates Super Saturday next Saturday, one of the signature meetings here in the UAE. Until then, have a great week. Bye-bye.